Testing, testing. Hello, good morning. All right, should be able to hear me now. I muted myself at the beginning there. Hello, hello. Good morning. All right. Da 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 da. Dun dun dun. Samantha Giaconotti, links in the description. All right, girls. So, coming up on yesterday's stream, let me see here. Delete this, move this. All right, good morning. Okay. So, let's see. Yesterday's stream went really well, but of course, there were some comments and questions I thought we could go over today. And then on top of that, I've got a few topics I want to go over today. So, let's get through it. Let's see here. All right. Do I have it all set up for us? Do I have it all set up for us, I ask? Yeah, okay, I guess that's good enough. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. First and foremost, before we really jump into today's topic, one, words mean different things in different bubbles. Hello, if you're new to the channel, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture, and anything we say here should be deconstructed, considered. We can move language around, but ultimately we are all subject to our bubbles. And so we're kind of like at the mercy of our limited language. So as we have this conversation about femininity and masculinity and roles and gender and all these things, remember that it is layered. There are, it's like an onion, as a great philosopher Sheck once said, you know what I mean? So just take that into consideration. But yesterday we talked about Cynthia and Ariana and the implication that Cynthia is a protector and or masculine, and Ariana is, what is she? A victim? I don't know. What is she? Feminine, And there was a lot of discourse over the stream, but mostly the clip I posted about that stream. So 2 comments I want to highlight today that I thought we could use to start the conversation. Then I have a bunch of videos to show you and pictures. But just again, remember, you are here to share your thoughts, and I'm here to share my thoughts so we can come to a conclusion. But we're not here to solve like the world's crisis around gender, and we don't need to be defensive in the chat. So if you find yourself feeling activated because of the topic today, that's okay. This is very personal. Gender is personal. Energy is personal. There's layers of conversation around racism at play here, right? So we understand it's very personal. If this happens, just ask questions. That's what we're here for, okay? And just a reminder that we're here to do our best, okay? And speaking of gender-based issues, Women for Change is linked in my pinned comment because gender-based violence is very real and it is happening. And this week in South Africa, they're doing the G20 summit, and women and LGBTQIA people are coming together to help protest and take a stand against gender-based violence. Because regardless of how we feel about what is gender, gender's a construct, that construct does come with baggage, and that baggage is violence. So let's remember that though we believe gender is a construct, okay? So if you're interested in that, I put links for resources. You can donate or you can just read about what's happening. It's also why my icon is purple right now and why other icons in the chat, guys, thank you so much for participating, are also purple in the chat. We love to see it. So if you're wondering what's up with that and you want to learn more, please check out the links I put on the pinned comment. Okay, so I got this comment in yesterday's stream. It says, there's another conversation waiting to happen on why Brittany feels disgusted, hates on the meek, fragile women. I think there's a bit of misogyny and ableism to deconstruct there. There are people who are dependent on us, on others, whether they like it or not. Wanting to be cared for is normal because we are a social species and we derive our social worth from interactions with others too. Now, though that comment has some merit to it, they just understood what I was saying. I'm not talking about people who are sick or disabled. I'm talking about people who play up and act like an infantilized child who, if men can use weaponized incompetence to condition their partners, women can do it too. Non-binary people can do it too. Femme people can do it too. And I was commenting on the idea that I do not think it's cute that grown-ass adults are basically acting childlike in order to neglect their responsibilities. So, okay, so obviously I want to make that abundantly clear that I'm not trying to poke fun at people who are struggling. I'm trying to make it a point that at some point in our older years, right? Ariana is the person who was in the context of this conversation we were talking about. But Ariana is 32. She's literally wealthy. She's in a huge position of privilege. She has been in the past not this fragile girl. So she's either playing it up for an act or she's really sick. But either way, it is allowing the conversation to become Cynthia protects Ariana, since now, because she's playing this role, Cynthia is also playing the role of the protector, which brought in the conversation about why Cynthia considered masculine and why are protector roles considered masculine. They don't have to be, which we talked about yesterday. Protector roles can be from both perspectives. They also can be from top-bottom perspectives. They can be from dom-sub perspectives. So see here in the corner of my screen, we need to see this conversation through a specific lens. Mass aesthetic, fem aesthetic, mask energy, fem energy. So the aesthetic is the physicality, the clothing, the aesthetics, the hair, how you have your body, how you decorate this vessel. Because remember, this thing isn't real. This thing is a construct. This thing is decorated. You on purpose decorated a particular way, usually to communicate something, right? That's why in gender-based communities, we decorate the bodies differently based off of how we perceive them as male or female, right? So like this thing is the thing that communicates your stance, okay? Then you have mask and femme energy. That's the inside, okay? That's the inside. So you can have somebody who's really, really mask aesthetically and really, really femme energy, right? And it's not to say mask and femme means this or that, but it is to say that, yes, in our bubbles, words tend to mean things. I'll give examples. So it's kind of, this is kind of the conversation that's like, what is, wait, chat says, is Cynthia non-binary, just uses they, them pronouns? Oh, somebody help me out. I think somebody, wait, did somebody write me that? Is Cynthia non-binary? Because this adds to the conversation. Cynthia is not non-binary, nor does she use they, them. She uses she, her. Does she? Okay, you let me know. Okay. So, okay. This goes down to that what is a woman, what is a man conversation. But remember, we are not conservatives and we are not your mother. We are progressives. We are not, when we ask what is a man or a woman, we are not asking it the way Matt Walsh asks it. Okay. So this is not a safe space for Republicans or conservatives. Thank you. Okay. So I believe you can experience people and understand if they're a boy or a girl, a man or a woman, a they, them, a whatever, gender fluid, whatever. All genders are valid to me. I think you need thousands of billions of words to really communicate what a person is, right? So I'm about it, okay? Chess says in her recent book, she does refer to herself as she, her. But then this article from People's Voice that Discord just linked me says Hollywood star Cynthia claims they, them pronouns date back to Garden of Eden. April 1st, 2025. Is this, let me see. Hold on, girls. Let's see. I have spoken about your whole self and your true self. I speak about the prizes that come with being you against the odds, but really I acknowledge how hard that can be. So I thought I would make some room for those of us who are trying to find courage to exist as we want, because I think this is a space to do that. That nobody should have problems using they, them pronouns. But is she saying that, or are they saying that for themselves or for other people? It isn't easy. None of it is. Waking up and choosing to be yourself, proclaiming a space belongs to you when you don't feel welcomed, teaching people on a daily basis how to address and dealing with frustration, or reteaching people a word that has been in the human vocabulary since the dawn of time, they, them. Words used to describe, hold on, let me see here. What is this word, guys? Pedantically? What is it? I don't even know what this word is. Why don't I know this word? To you, two or more people, poetically, a person who is simply more. Oh, to use it pedantically. Yeah, okay, I got it, I think. Rivera, I don't even know how to say Cynthia's last name. Then encourage trans people who have forgotten to be patient with the world. So is Cynthia talking to trans people? It feels like Cynthia's talking to trans people. I don't think Cynthia's talking about themselves or herself. Pedantic? Yeah, I think she's Arrivo. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Arrivo. Cynthia. Discord said she does use they, them. Looks like she accepts them, but not. Oh, sorry. It looks like she's saying she accepts them, but not that she uses they, them. Okay, locked in. Okay, so just to clarify, because we didn't want to misgender anybody, obviously, because that would be bad energy. Okay, so let's go back to this, okay? So see how we do this? See how we are all trying to figure it out? See how we're all using words we're not sure about and we're all just like double checking? That's what I want to do here. I just want to make sure that we are double checking stuff and we are making sure, right? And I think what's important is that we recognize that we're all using language that makes sense within our constructs, but they might not make sense to you. So once again, I don't want you to hear Brittany and think, I got to do what Brittany's doing. I am on a journey of training and preparing to be a reliable adult. And that's not in every way, but that's in a specific way. And if I continue to age and then lean into some sort of infantilization or some sort of meekness or whatever else, and it's not real, but performative, then I'm taking advantage of the situation. As an adult, I think you should be reliable. Caveat, unless there's some reason that your unique positioning makes it different. And then in that case, we can have conversations, which, by the way, is the hardest part about being disabled for some people, is recognizing in which ways we are not able to show up. And yet some disabled people can show up and it's not a problem. Your disability is not a monolithic experience, right? My disability looks different than your disability. Like at the end of the day, I would never say because I can do this, you should be able to do it too. I do think when we're talking about adults though, and I know we already know what this like is, like when you take the binary man experience, you already know we're frustrated with men being big boys. Like we're so frustrated with them being teenagers. I don't know why you think this only exists in the male perspective or the man perspective or the boy perspective. Like this exists with everybody. So yeah, when I was talking about Ariana doing this thing, I'm not even speaking about the consciousness that is Ariana. I just mean in general. This also reminds me of that Mormon lady who was in her 40s who struggled to get a boyfriend. And she was all like soft-spoken and meek and everyone just felt so bad for her. You felt bad for her because you see her as fragile and weak. And you see people like me as, ew, gross, you're so masculine. Look at, you're so mean. You're so aggressive. You're so this. You think that I'm not experiencing the opposite of what these girls experience? These girls whose natural tone of voice is so sweet and so calm and so meek and so fragile. Well, my natural tone of voice is this. You think you're not looking at me with a little bit of prejudice? Oh, Brittany's so mean. Oh, Brittany's so cruel. Oh, Brittany's so, oh, why is she attacking them? So don't even get me started, okay, on the fact that in the same way, the difference is this is actually my voice. This is actually how I talk. And this is a voice that I've had since I was a child. You know for a fact Ariana has talked differently her whole life. You know for a fact Ariana, we don't even know what her real voice sounds like because she changes it every goddamn year, okay? So don't sit here and act like, okay, there is not something to be said about a certain type of person who utilizes some type of meekness or fragility to take advantage of people. I'm not saying Ariana's doing that. I'm saying it wouldn't be surprising if she was. Okay, thank you. Okay, now, this conversation, okay? Question to Brittany and anyone reading. Does Brittany use top to mean dominant leader alpha or bottom to mean submissive follower beta? If so, does she believe that the gay bottom is automatically submissive or the top is automatically dominant? And does she believe verse is automatically a switch? Just putting this out here, I've seen dominant literal gay bottoms. Okay, so this goes back to our chart, right? This goes back to our chart, okay? Into Discord asking, are we going to go over the homewrecker discourse? We were not going to go over that today. We can certainly go over another day, but today is just about gender and aesthetic, but not in relation to like cheating and stuff like that and moral culpability. So the Discord yesterday, if you guys on YouTube don't know, which maybe you do, maybe you don't, if you're on Discord as well, we discussed in length the homewrecker language we used yesterday on stream, I used, and whether or not that was inherently like misogynistic. And also, how do you hold people morally responsible for engaging with married people and what do you call them? So we had some discourse about that yesterday on the Discord, but we're not going to go over that today, but it is a good topic to remember to think about, okay? So all of this is bubbled. So as an example, for the record, in my normal vocabulary, I do not use alpha and beta. For the record, alpha and beta for me comes straight out of red pill and has no bearing on my actual language. I never use it. It's not a part of my language. I don't believe in it. I think it's fine to use in those bubbles, but when I'm using it, I am not speaking about myself. I'm not using my vocabulary. That is not how I see the world. I do not see the world through alpha beta, okay? Now, Do I see the world through leaders and followers? Sure, because I think that's obvious. You have a job, you have a boss, okay. Do I see the world in terms of dominant, submissive? Yes, but I always separate it between kink people, BDSM people that are submissive, dominant, lifestyle people, sex people, straight, heterosexual, non-kink people. Okay, so it really depends on the bubble. Guys, I know it's hard for people to recognize this. I genuinely think everything is completely contextual based off the bubble. Every word we use changes completely depending on who I'm talking to. One word to you does not mean the same thing to somebody else. So when I talk, I do struggle as a YouTuber to know which audience I'm talking to because I don't know who's watching me. That's why I do try to signal to attract a certain audience so I can talk in a particular way. But the truth is, unless you're in front of me and unless I'm talking to you, unless I get down to the nitty gritty of exactly how you were raised and exactly how you use words, the words I use will never mean the same thing necessarily to the whole audience, right? So going back to my chart here, okay, so there are roles you play, top, bottom, switch, dom, sub. There are aesthetics you embody, and there's energy you naturally have or embody, right? So aesthetic is on purpose generally, and if not, then there's a conversation about free will and choice that comes into this conversation, right? And then, of course, the roles you play. Now, the roles you play also exist within vanilla and BDSM bubbles, okay? So that's also a big part of it that I think is important. So what I'm going to do for you today is I put together this stream. I have this stream. So first I'm going to show you. I'm going to take you on a journey, okay? Let me bring it up for us. Hold on. Please wait. Thank you. Okay. This girl is femme, heterosexual, generally, I would argue like conservative-ish. Okay. This is a girl I consider, I assume is straight. I could be wrong. But she is in the binary of man, woman. Men are men, they have roles. Women are women, they have roles. So let's look at her. You tell me, what's her aesthetic? What's her energy? What's her role?
And I'm probably going to get eaten alive for saying this. I feel like a lot of women have forgotten their place. And we live in this inverted world, and I feel we got stuck in this whole feminism thing. Feminism is a scam. And now it's like trying to undo. It is feminism. I don't care what anybody says. Yes, we are equal in value, but we are not equal in traits. We are different. Men and women are different.
I agree with that.
And I'm so sick and tired of why are we fighting to be something that we're not? I am not a man. I will never be a man. And for those of you that make that decision, I love that for you. Period. But there are certain things that are just, y'all are stronger than we are. We are more detail oriented than you are. There are certain traits that we naturally got from God based on the gender that we are. And it's all based on survival. It's all based on human nature. And so I feel like a lot of women, not all women, but most women have forgotten their place.
Within themselves,
within the order of family, within the order, even like with God, if you just want to start blanketing statements, like, now this is the thing, if you are a masculine woman, that's fine, but stop acting like you're feminine. If you want to be a boss babe, I don't need no man, you go do you, boo, but stop teaching that that's the answer, because I'm sick and tired of this divide of the family. I'm sick and tired of now good men, like, and I'm listening to like stories, right? Good men are getting lazy in dating. They're getting lazy in the pursuit because women are making either everything too easy or they're too hands off. So now what's the point in even trying to date a woman when you're the man that you want me to be?
Okay. So what do we think already? Like, hold on. So, okay. How do we view her in the chart? So what's her aesthetic? Mask or femme aesthetic? Just her clothing, just her aesthetic, just her imagery. I would say femme aesthetic. What do you guys think? Femme or mask? Okay, just do this with me. Do this exercise with me. Femme or mask energy? I would say femme energy. What do you guys think? Okay. Then, okay, and I'm sorry, aesthetic. Femme aesthetic, right? Now, mask or femme energy? I would argue mask femme energy. I would argue mask energy. Because she's very dominant, she's very toppy, she's very like, she says she has her role as a woman, but she's very like, her energy to me is like, I'm going to say mask femme, like a mixture of the both, but also like very toppy, maybe topping from the bottom energy. Maybe even, okay, so her role would be like, maybe topping from the, femme, F-E-M-M-E. Discord says, I forgot to put femme in there. I should have put femme in there. Like femme, like mask femme, like a top femme. You know what I mean? Because in BDSM bubbles, like if someone says FEMME, sometimes that can mean like dominant woman in feminine energy. It doesn't necessarily mean like femme, meaning also could bottom and submissive. I don't know. It depends on the bubble, I suppose. So again, she has this like strength. She's feminine, but there's a masculinity to the energy, but not in a negative because there's nothing negative about it. Yeah, like a femme fatale. Oh, yes, yeah, chat. Like a femme fatale almost, you know? But again, she's sitting here and talking about feminism is a scam. All these things are happening. Men and women have roles. And yet a part of me feels like just you sitting here right now is so obviously yeah, she's assertive, which I love, by the way. So that's the irony, is like your energy is so feminist. Like your energy is feminist, babe. That's why I think it's so funny. You know what I mean? Like, but I think she's imagining something else when she thinks about like feminism, but she has such feminist energy, which I'm like, hey girl, what's up? But no, it's not going to work. Okay, so fine. Okay, next video, this girly is interesting. She is a philosophy psychology for the girlies girly. So I just found her, Louise, psychologist. So she creates content for the girlies. Check this out.
Hello.
Oop, hello. Hold on.
Hello and welcome to Stoicism, but make it cute.
Stoicism, but make it cute. Stoicism, but make it cute. Why do we have to make stoicism cute? What does that mean? Who's that for? Children? You know how you cutify stuff for kids so kids will digest it better? But then we know as adults, we're allowed to be cute. But why do we need to cutify stoicism?
I, Louise, teach you the psychology behind Stoicism to finally make it make sense for us girlies. Let's go.
See? She says to make it make sense for us girlies. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it not making sense to me when I read Marcus Aurelius? Did I need you to make it cute for me to understand philosophy? Pink marketing. Yes, chat. Pink marketing. What is the point of this? What is the point of this? It's a brand. It works. People know what it is, but why are we doing it? Okay, now look at this. Her comment section said, hey, the beautification of sciences and complex topics to fit us girlies further pushes the rhetoric that us women are incapable of comprehending and discussing such topics without simplifying it and or making it cute. Exactly, girly. What is this? Exactly, girly. What is this? What is this? Okay. So she's obviously embodying like a specific, so her aesthetic is like, I guess it's like femme, but it's not high femme. So her aesthetic is kind of like, it's like in the middle almost. And then her energy is femme energy for sure. I'm not getting masculine energy from her at all. But her aesthetic is not high femme. So like nails and eyelashes and glitter. But it is like femme enough. Okay. Her role, who even knows? But I think she's taking the role of a leader or teacher. So she's maybe taking a toppy role. But she's also like, you know what I'm saying? There's like, what are you doing here? You know? Okay, so that's just like just a foundation for what I want to talk about. Now, let's actually talk about, again, aesthetic and energy. Okay, here's the first example I want to give you.
Somewhere in the middle. As a tomboy, somewhere in the middle, masc and femme person, I have to say that to me, the hyper femme lesbians are looking gayer by the day, and here's why. First, a disclaimer, no type of style makes you any more gay. I mean, we're beyond that now. We understand. I will say that there was a time that wearing a beanie or, you know, a baseball hat, cut off shorts below the knee, Converse, lesbian. Here's the problem. Straight girls have overtaken this style, okay? And it's gone too far. The straight women are wearing men's clothes. They are shopping boyfriend jeans. Me, this has flipped it all on its head because now when I see a woman in a sparkly dress with colored eyeliner on, that is the person that's going against the grain. It's screaming gay.
Okay, right? So there's like a shift also in signaling and in fashion. So like, what is a man? What does a man look like? Okay, actually, pause. Do you remember yesterday in chat, somebody was in chat trying to explain the Black community aesthetic when it comes to masculinity in women? And they were saying something like, strong women is feminine, maybe in Black communities. But also, I wanted to ask them if they're still in my chat today. Do you guys know the Black bubble for men, in which men have their ears pierced but they're straight, versus in white bubbles, white men do not get their ears pierced because that's gay, but Black guys do get their ears pierced and it's manly. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I realized this growing up because white boys who get their ears pierced are either gay, punk, goth, metal, which is masculine. Like guys who ride motorcycles and have plugs, also masculine. But Black men who wear earrings, not gay, right? So there is that race component. So from that chatter yesterday, there definitely was a race component that we didn't talk about yesterday that definitely I started to think about today. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Same thing here in Croatia. I remember I saw a guy and I was like, why do all the men have their ears pierced here? And my partner's like, oh, because it's not gay. And I was like, what? Men have their ears pierced here a lot, but it's not gay. It's interesting in America what men, specifically white men, avoid doing because it might look gay, like wearing pink or having earrings. Yeah, interesting. Okay, now I'm going to show you these videos, but I had to mute it because it's all music and I keep getting copyrighted and my streams keep getting demonetized and your girl actually has to pay her rent. So I'm so sorry. But here's Mask versus Femme. Same person, different aesthetic. What do we think? Oh, and please, girls, can we talk about this? So earlier in the stream, I said it's kind of like the gender thing, like what is a man or a woman? There was some discourse in my comments that was like, don't we think we're being too reductive when we say feminine is this and masculine is this? Guys, everything is reductive before it's not. And everything is, you can go too far deep that it becomes reductive again. So what we're trying to do is give people options, but to understand that like just because we perceive something, it doesn't mean it matches the internal. Like our outside perception doesn't always matter. So when we're saying these things about anyone, we're existing like, oh, you're a boy or a girl. It's like, you're not a boy, you're not a girl. Well, hold on, what is a boy and a girl? Same thing with mask and femme. You're not mask, you're not femme. Well, hold up, what is mask and femme? What does that even mean? Well, it means something, but it doesn't mean anything because we made it up. But because we made it up, it does then mean something. Just like language doesn't mean anything until we decide it means something. So we have to remember that with everything we say. So all of these people, like, okay, again, okay, what makes somebody mask? What makes somebody femme? Again, okay, so here we go. Here's the first example. This is the mask look. Here's the femme look. Now, what was different between these two looks? What made one look femme and one look mask? So why is this mask? Why did this person identify this aesthetic as mask? Because it could be femme in some bubbles, right? This could be a very femme look in some bubbles. But to this person, this example felt like mask. Okay. And then going to this aesthetic. Now, this aesthetic, I think could probably never be mask. I think like it's so femme in a sense. Like, you know, we've got our lashes are mascaraed. We got our blonde, long hair. You know, there's something about that that's a little bit more, but it could, I mean, maybe it could, but this could be femme or mask, I think. This is probably just femme. Okay. But then again, with Cynthia, what makes Cynthia femme or mask? Well, some people might say she's bald, so she's mask. But we know that that's not true because we know women with short hair can be femme or mask. We know plenty of women can be bald or with short hair and look very feminine, right? So we know that's not true. So it's not that just you're bald or you don't have hair or that you have long hair or short hair. It's about how you wear the aesthetic and what it ends up conveying. Plenty of women have little to no hair and are very femme, or have little to no hair and it makes them more mask. Brittany, when I went bald multiple times, I did it to be more mask and I looked more mask. Or I also did it to challenge that I would still feel like a woman if I did it. And I also purposely, when I had really long hair, I shaved down the underside so I would signal masculinity, therefore gayness, and therefore fuck off to the men. So everything, okay, could mean something to somebody, okay? Right? Okay, now, let me show you this video. Okay, so feminine, masculine style. So this style is masculine, feminine combined, Okay, this is no sound because I'm going to get copyrighted. Masculine, feminine, combined style. Okay, love this suit in particular. Love this aesthetic in particular. Like, I just love everything about this. I love the colors, the way it fits, right? Okay, very masc femme. I get it. Okay, some people would say this is just femme, right? But I see it. The baseball cap. Oops, hello. Hello, ma'am. What happened? Why did this? Is this Monica Lewinsky? What is happening? I'm just kidding. She kind of looks like Monica. Okay, so some people might say in different words what that looks like. Okay, how about this one? Who's masc and who's the femme lesbian? Super hard, it says. Super hard. Okay, guys, who's the masc and who's the femme? Who knows? You know? Anybody? What is it? Masc or femme? Which one's which? Okay, right? Now they switch, right? They switch. So this isn't their normal drip. They switch, and this is their normal drip. And you can kind of see it fits them better, right? You can kind of see they feel more like themselves. Isn't that interesting? Boom. Yeah, there's visible discomfort. Exactly. There's visible discomfort. Okay? And that's what's so interesting about the world. When you feel good in your skin, you feel good in your aesthetic. Okay? You feel good in what you're wearing. That's why when little girls are purposely told you have to wear high heels and dresses and they feel like, I fucking hate this, I don't feel good in it. It's like, yeah, this isn't who I am. This isn't who I am. But you're a girl, Girls wear dresses. I don't feel good in dresses, right? Like, so we have to understand, I'm a boy, you're a boy, boys don't wear dresses, but I want to wear it. I want to do it. Okay. And so like, there's a conversation to be had about that as well. Okay. Now, so again, for people who are in my comments, like, hey, are we being too reductive? Like, can you just look at somebody and know they're masc or femme? Well, why are we getting defensive over Cynthia being possibly a protector if we agree femme can be protective? Or are we saying she's a man because she's protective? And or multiple people saying multiple things and some people are right and some people are wrong, right? How about this? This is Paige. I just showed Paige like last week. Okay. She is a what? Femme. Whoops, muted this. Is she femme or masc? What is Paige? Is Paige a femme or masc lesbian? Gosh, it's so hard. I wonder what it is. Let's see. Hold on. Maybe what is she, girls? She's masc. Okay. So we don't have to play these like fucking mind games with ourselves. If we know masc is masc and femme is femme. Now, okay, here's the thing. Some femmes can have muscles and short hair. Okay. Right? No, chat, I'm going to block you. That is not a trans man. This is a cis femme or cis masc lesbian. Okay? Don't say thing. I'm going to remove that comment. Okay? You have one more chance to be good. Okay? She is a cis lesbian, masc lesbian. Okay? So again, when we have these conversations, like obviously she's built. She builds muscle. Okay, what is muscle? Now, Cynthia has muscle, which could make her more masc, but she's also very femme sometimes, but she's also very toppy. See? Cynthia's toppy, dommy mommy. But then people are like, why is she the protector? Why is she the man? In the same way that in queer circles, it might not be an insult, but in straight circles, it might be misogyny. What's that girl's name? Alex Cooper. I hate Alex Cooper's branding of she's the daddy, she's the father. See, that is misogyny. That is internalized misogyny. And it might be internalized misogyny to say Cynthia is masculine, but we don't know until we deconstruct. But Cynthia, for me, does give femme masc energy, but I mean it as a compliment because I feel like she is just, maybe I'm wrong about her internal self, understanding of self, but I would never mean it as an insult. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's in the same way that I would look at someone's fashion and say like, oh yeah, that's so feminine or masculine. But like, if you take it personal, like that's not what I am. Okay. Or what's happening here? I feel like there were layers to pain about this conversation because we're worried about the masculization of Black women, which is so valid, right? The question is like, How does this play a role in how we see Cynthia, who, by the way, I think is, my chat says biracial, Brittany, bisexual, bisexual. And because she's bisexual, she also has a different role to play in terms of her queerness, right? Versus being a lesbian, which is different. So I thought she was a lesbian. She's bisexual. So we have to keep that in mind, okay? Right? Sorry, chat. Okay. Now, okay, next example, femme and mask. Why are they femme and mask? Okay, what about this is femme and mask? Why wouldn't we say the one in the black is femme and the one in the white is mask? Like, why wouldn't we switch these? Because generally, based off of society, we have understood that depending on the bubble we're in, there's like a dress code for what is more masculine or feminine. Why, when I wore my headscarf the other day, did you guys call me Boy Brittany? Why, when I wore my headscarf the other day, did you all say Boy Brittany? Why did you do that? Girls wear headscarves all the time. Okay. Why, when you guys saw this aesthetic, did you say Boy Brittany? What is it? What about this is boy? What is it? Me, I'm the boy. That's what it was. I'm the boy. I'm a boy. Cynthia's not a boy, but she might be a man. I don't know. But she's not a boy, as far as we know. But she might be in her masculine, because you don't have to be a boy to be masculine. But what you saw in me is I'm a boy. I am a man. I am a boy. Okay? I get it. Right? But we don't know that about her. Okay? So I'm not insulted that people thought I looked like a boy that day. I love that. Thanks. I appreciate that. Because to be honest with you, when I hide my hair, when I take away, even today I wanted to feel more mask. So I like put my hair up. Yeah, I did that on purpose. Okay. I'm not saying this can't be also a femme look. I'm not saying this is a girl look. This can't be a girl look. I'm saying for Brittany, the way I feel when my hair is put away allows me to feel more masculine. But also, if my hair was down and my sides were trimmed, maybe I would also feel more masculine. Okay? It's okay if you from the outside look at my aesthetic and say, for you, this is femme or mask. Okay, valid. For Brittany, this is femme or mask. You're not insulting me because in your fashion bubble brain or your aesthetic bubble brain, you think femme mask. Okay, if some people meet my partner, they're either masculine or feminine depending on who meets them, right? In my conservative bubble where I was born with my brothers, my partner is like a little bit more femme. But in other bubbles, my partner is considered more mask. In my bubble where I grew up in, I'm more mask, but in other bubbles, I'm more femme. Like my family sees me as a boy. Other people don't. But then, even though my dad even said to me verbatim, I raised you as a boy. Verbatim, I raised you as a boy. Okay? My sister goes, oh yeah, you're one of the brothers. My whole life, I have felt like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And yet, when I tell my family that I'm misgendered, when I was younger, I would be misgendered by people. They're like, that's impossible. You look just like your mom. My mother, I wish I could show you a picture of what my mom looked like when she was my age. My mother is all woman. She's beautiful. She has the most beautiful natural red hair, the most beautiful freckles, but my mother does not look like a man. My mother does not look like me. Like, yes, I look like my mother, but my cousin also looks exactly like my mother. They are beautiful, feminine energy. Like my mom's like, she's tough and she's aggressive and assertive, but all femme. No boy in my mother. I wish I could show you her picture. She's so beautiful. But the thing is, the reason my mom didn't get it is because when people misgendered me as a boy, she's like, they're like, wait, are you saying mom looks like a boy? And I'm like, no, mom doesn't look like a boy. Mom doesn't walk like a man either. I do. What does walking like a man mean? Well, we have to deconstruct it. I walk like a man. Like when I enter a room, my mom is, what's that island of girls that Gal Gadot and all those like Wonder Women live on? Okay, those are women. I would not belong there. My mom would though, right? My mom would belong there and I wouldn't. I'd be too much of a boy to be in that group. Amazon, I would not be able to live there. I'm too much of a boy, right? Okay. Mikey with the super chat, thank you so much, says, how did you come to conclusion of your fluidity with how you view your gender identification, and how did that add to your life experience? Thank you for asking, and thank you for the super chat. Well, you said, how did you come to the conclusion of your fluidity? There is, I would not say that I have come to a conclusion, right? I would not say that I've come to a conclusion. And then how did that add to your life experience? Well, I think because it did not, I'm not concluding anything. I am choosing to observe and experience myself as I am and being okay with whatever that means instead of playing into a role. I tried really hard a lot of my life to play into it. You ever try to match an aesthetic, but you never can pull it off? I would like desperately try to look a particular way and never felt like I could quite pull it off. And it would always be something like feminine. I would always try so hard to be feminine, girly, feminine, nails and hair and wigs and eyelashes and makeup. And I just felt crazy. I felt so crazy, I would cry. Ever since I was a kid, like every time I thought, I wish I could pull off this like emo, cool, girly look. I wish I could pull off this thing. And then I would try and I would go crazy because I always just felt wrong. You know, I just felt wrong. Like it wasn't me. Okay. I've given up on trying to fit into an aesthetic. And instead I've tried to figure out like, what am I most comfortable in? And that has brought me to where I am now. So I think before I was so because it would really hurt my feelings when people thought I was a boy when I was younger. It really would crush me. And now I'm like, I think I was running away from myself. I think my whole life, I was like, I wish I had a mustache, or I wish I had muscles, or, oh, I wish I was a boy who was a girl who was a boy. I wish I could just transform. I wish one day I could be a boy and one day I could be a girl. I wish one day I could be like curvy with big boobs, and one day I wish I could be flat chested with no breasts. But I was trying to like figure out what that meant my whole life. And now I'm just trying to experience it, right? I'm just trying to acknowledge that that's true for me and that I want to be all of the things when I feel like it. Does that answer that question, right? Now, I use language like boy, man, and stuff like that, but I don't mean it like your conservative mother means it. You know, when I say a boy or a girl or a man or whatever, I'm not really saying it the way the Matt Walshes say it, girl. Like, I'm not, fuck the conservatives, you know? I don't even want to talk to them. I don't even want to look at them. Ugh. I'm talking about like in the safest space of my home when I'm looking at my partner and I'm like, I'm a boy, dude. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, yeah. Dab it up. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's something there that's so like important, but it's not necessary for the world to acknowledge it for me, because I don't think they'll get it unless they get it. And then, okay, when conservatives say, well, what's a boy and what's a girl? What's a man and what's a woman? Girl, you are not going to get it unless you get it. Remember, we understand them. They don't understand us. We understand them. We understand what a man is and we understand what a woman is, but they don't understand what it means to us. And that's why I say, like, it's not my job to worry too much about whether or not people get me. It's my job to get them, because I need to know. Well, I want to deconstruct, right? I want to learn more about myself, you know? Okay, so I hope that answered that question. Okay, let me see. Any comments I should read? Oh my God, Chet says, my thing about the hair was I tried wolf cuts and mullets to try and express my queerness, but it felt so dysphoric. I haven't figured out how to have long hair my way yet. The way I gave myself a fucking wolf cut, and I hate it. It's driving me crazy. I gave myself that fucking cut a few years ago and I can't escape it. I'm so mad. Oh, I literally looked at my hair the other day, gave myself a nice little trim, and I still have that top layer here. So there's that top layer and then it kind of go, and I'm so fucking sick of it. When is my hair going to outgrow itself? I'm waiting. So now I'm going to go for really long hair and wear it. Like I'm going to just grow out my hair to the longest possible length until my bangs are down here. And then I'll talk about what I'm going to do next, because I already know I've done short hair my whole life. It's not short hair. That's not the answer. So now I'm going to go super long hair, because I used to think bangs were the answer. Fuck bangs. I'm over it. We're going to go long hair and see how we feel. I haven't done it since I was a little kid. We're just going to do it. So it's going to be another 5-10 years before I probably feel very good in my hair. Isn't that crazy? Like, it's probably going to be at least 5 years before my hair is the length I want it to be. So until then, ooh, okay, now, okay. Check this out. I really like this here.
This, it's a men's suit. It's made for a man. Straight lines, broad shoulders, and no consideration for curves. Even if it's tailored, it's designed for a man's body. See the difference? It follows my shape, my waist, my curves, my proportions. If it's tailored for a woman, it's for a woman. It's that simple. Ciao.
Oh, ciao. Okay, so what do we think about this? I think this is true in a sense. Like, I love both on her,
Straight
by the
lines.
way. I'm going to mute it. Straight lines versus curved. Yeah, because I think I want to wear suits in the future, but I don't like female suits. So I'll give you an example. I realize I love them on other people. Just FYI, I love them for other people. I realize I don't like them for myself. This aesthetic it's cute as fuck, but I just like, I don't think this is it for me. I don't think this is it. Like, this is so cute. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. This is so cute. This isn't for me. It's too feminine. It's too feminine. Okay. So I'm like, okay, what is it? Now this one here, I'm much more keen on because it's a little bit bigger. There's a belt. There's a little bit of loosiness to it. I'm much more open to this. Okay. I'm much more open to this. This one, see, this one's too, oh, it's really fuzzy. It's too tight. It's too tight. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, see, this one's cute, but it's not it either. It's looser, but it's not it. These pictures are really bad quality, but the fuzziness is bad. Okay, but like, no, right? So I think the closest is like this one for sure. This like yellow one you see here is like that one says, okay, that something like this makes sense to my brain. These other ones, not so much. So when we talk about aesthetic and we're trying to get more feminine and masculine, somebody might say, well, like, why is it feminine if a girl is, or why is it masculine if a girl is wearing it? I just feel like, hey guys, are we doing this thing again where we're so defensive over heterosexual bullshit, homophobia, transphobia, that we're getting defensive when women look mask? Or like when femmes look mask, or when femmes and masks are put together, or when you look mask and you happen to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I feel like we run into this conversation when people think they're ugly, and then people go, you're not ugly, you just don't look European. Please, with peace and love, let people feel ugly. I'm kind of tired of like people not letting people be honest about their lived experience. And sometimes, look, I know people do it without thinking. Even sometimes I'll say things on stream and right away I can feel the energy where people feel the need to reassure me. Don't. Just like if I say on a scale of 1 to 10, am I a 10? Yeah, are we talking like autistically objective? Because like I would say no. And I am not mad about that. And I don't know why you're mad for me. You know what I mean? Like, just let me be honest about my lived experience, and let me be honest about the fact that we know pretty privilege exists, and I have not benefited from it the way other people have, but I've certainly benefited from it better than other people, right? So we know there's some level of pretty privilege that benefits people, right? Like, you know, this girl benefits from pretty privilege because she is literally gorgeous, okay? Literally gorgeous, right? Like, this woman is definitely going to benefit from pretty privilege way more than I will. And I'm not mad at her for it. She's beautiful, okay? But like, I'm not saying being ugly is bad. I'm not saying being pretty is bad. I'm saying like, there is an understanding, right? But I understand people are in pain. I understand the world is horrible. Also, I do not want to hear from conservatives or Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast about, are you a 10 or a 4 or a 10? I don't want to hear from these men. They cannot talk. Shh. Okay, so again, this is a safe space. We don't talk to those men. Okay, these men are silly. They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about when they're like, are women met 1 or 10s? Like, you're shut up. You're a 3 at best. Be quiet. Okay, like these people, these men, we do not care about these men. And also, the person you're in love with is a 10, no matter if they're a 2 or a 10. You know what I'm saying? Because like love makes that person beautiful to you. Okay? But sometimes I feel like we're fighting these demons because we're shadowboxing these fucking men on the internet. But just like between you and me. Okay? Okay, now, next video. Muted as well for music. Outfits with both mask and femme energy. Okay, here we go. I like this one because it's almost like androgynousy. It's almost like a little bit like femme mask, but androgynousy. The hat really sets it off. The hat, I wish I could pull off hats like this, but my facial features just don't make it work. I love a hat. I could never wear a hat. I don't look good in hats. And I know people are saying, and look, there's this whole fashion statement that says we are not owed complimentary, we do not owe the world complimentary looks. I feel you. I hear you. I don't feel good in my skin unless I feel like I'm slaying. Unless I purposely do not feel like slaying today. If I do not feel like slaying, then do not care if I give you aesthetic or not. I will go to Walmart my PJs. But if I'm actually trying and it's not aesthetically pleasing, well, then I feel like I didn't pull off what I thought because in my head, I'm pulling it off. So when people on purpose dress in a way that they feel doesn't have to be flattering to their body, I understand they're saying, you know, different things like fighting prejudice against fat phobia or something. But I do find myself wondering why people dress unflattering. And then I have to understand that like they're not owed it. Like, and I agree with this, they're not owed to be, you know, they don't owe it to the world. And yet for myself, I do want to dress in clothes that are more flattering than not flattering. Right? But also I understand that I don't always pull it off. And then I just learn from that experience because again, I want the inside to match the outside. Okay, what is happening here? No, is that real? Discord sent this picture of Zendaya and this crazy fucking, this guy, who's the guy? Who's the black guy who's always wearing the fucking hats? Who's the guy? What's his name? And I'm happy, happy. You know that guy? That's that. Is this real? Oh my God, is that real? Pharrell, yeah, Pharrell. Hold on, Zendaya big hat picture. Yep, here it is. Let me get it for YouTube since Discord is out here sharing. Oh my God. 'Cause I'm happy. Oh my God. Ugh. You know what I'm saying? Is this flattering? I'm not saying that someone can't pull off this hat. I love a big hat. But is she pulling off this hat? I don't know, girls. But does it matter? No, because I'm not moralizing it. You know, somebody somewhere is pulling off this hat. Is it Zendaya? I don't know, girl. I don't know. Okay, back to this. So, cute look. I love this look. You know, okay, vibey. Love the vest. Okay, love this look. Now, I will say this. Sometimes I see fashion girlies in New York, and sometimes their clothes do look like a costume. Can we talk about that for a second? When you're dressing up to be New York fashion girly, but you look like you're wearing a costume, I don't want to see, I feel bad because I don't want to show you of an example because that feels so mean because they're probably feeling like they're really pulling it off. But sometimes I do see people and I'm like, are you just wearing that to get Instagrammed? Is that really what you dress like though? Do you know what I'm saying? Is that really what you like? Is that you or are you just wearing that because you think it looks cool for the gram? But is that you, right? Just as what makes a costume versus an outfit? Well, what's a costume? You're dressing up as something you're not because you want to pretend. You know what I'm saying? So if you're doing fashion, if you're expressing yourself, it wouldn't feel or look like a costume because it is your aesthetic versus, or it is your vibe. Costumes are about pretending to be someone you're not. Right? Let's see. I don't have any examples right now, but let's watch a video or something. Here, let's watch a couple of videos. I didn't plan to do this, but let's do it. Nope. Copyrighted music. Okay, let's see. What New Yorkers are wearing. Okay. She's doing like the Carrie Bradshaw walking too. I mean, these are all really cute fits. Like, these are beautiful. I love it. Like, everything about this is good, right? They all look pretty good. I think she looks really comfortable. I think it looks like, you know what I mean? I think it looks like her. It looks really good. Okay, I like that one. Okay, let's see. Nope, music. Just kidding. Okay, this is obviously hugely on purpose, but it also looks very good. I think this looks very nice. But, you know, this could be a costume or it could be his actual fashion sense. I think he's pulling it off. I think he's pulling it off. Okay, ooh, this one is very, oh, see, this one's crazy. Oh, this is a whole group of people. This one, okay, this looks good. Some of these could be more costumey, but all of them look pretty good, if I'm going to be honest. Like, this one maybe is more costumey, but it looks very, like, it could be very couture, you know? Here.
Oh, you already know I'm rocking all he bang.
How long does it take you to make something like this?
Probably like a week.
Per piece?
Yeah, per piece.
Can we show more of the bag right here?
This is the Seclue bag.
What inspires your look?
Really, my vision for the future, but taking it into an extraterrestrial approach.
Okay. So in the future, everyone's gonna look like this?
This is a very specific, it's a very strong aesthetic. It's very, very bold. It either has to be you or it's a costume. So, you know, I'm going to say this looks pretty good, but I couldn't. So if I were this, it would be a costume. Yes. Okay. Let's use me as an example. Okay. If I wore it would be a costume. Would we agree on that? Oopsies.
New York. What do you?
Like, if I came to stream looking like that, would you be like, oh my God, like what? Because it would make sense for who I am. Chet says you would need 6 packs to make that work. I definitely don't have one of those. Chet said, what about Wisdom? Love Wisdom. That does fashion inspired by characters, but not full cosplay. Fashion inspired by characters is still fashion because we're always inspired, but it isn't cosplay. The materials, the choices you make. I love anime styled fashion, but I think I think the difference between a costume and the aesthetic is if people look at you and think you're dressed like Luffy. If people look at you and say like, oh, you're dressed like Luffy, it's a costume. If people look at you and say like, oh, that's really complimentary, you look familiar, or oh, I really like that, I'd be like, oh, thank you, it's Luffy inspired. That's different. But you don't want to dress so much like the character that people think you're dressing up as the character, right? Okay, next video.
Oh, she's a gold digger.
Oop, gonna mute it. Okay. See, this one is hard for me to believe that this isn't a costume. A little bit, because like, what if this is New York? What are we doing? Is she going skiing? Is she going snowboarding? What's happening? She literally looks like she's going snowboarding. I think it's supposed to be like futuristic. I think it's supposed to be like punk rock. It's a beautiful aesthetic, PS. But are you wearing this to go grocery shopping? Okay, but it's cute. Whatever. Okay, like no judgment. Chat says, what if you wear costumes every day? Yeah, cyberpunk cosplay. Is it cyberpunk for real or is it the cosplay? Like, did you go out and, because guys, remember these are influencers. Are they going out so they can show up on the gram, or is it really how they dress? Remember, these are all, I'm showing you influencers. These at the end of the day are not regular New York people, which by the way, neither was Carrie Bradshaw. Carrie Bradshaw was a girl who wore clothes on a TV show that she could never have afforded. So just a reminder not to fall for this is people in New York. These are people in New York who are influencers. The question is this your, like, okay, I got it. Here in Croatia, they're not influencers. That's just what they look like. In Croatia, these old ladies I see with these big jewelry, this blue hair, this crazy aesthetic that's so beautifully done. They're not influencers. They're literally just going shopping for bread. I want to be like that. I want to be a person who knows I'm doing this for me and I'm not doing it for the gram. So like, I'm not going to go buy clothes at this stage of my life just to take a picture of myself. So just so you know, everything you see me wear is just stuff that I own. I am certainly not, but I used to. I used to go buy clothes to take pictures for social media because one, that's what everyone's doing. And two, I thought like I was trying to figure out my style mostly, but I thought like, I was thinking aesthetic first for the gram versus what's my aesthetic, right? But yeah, these girls and gals and they, thems and whatever here in Croatia that are just dressing up, they just look so good, right? Chet says, that's what I'm saying. Where are they going? To an influencer event or to get coffee? Exactly. That's the question, right? Okay, let's see what other looks she has. Okay, these are cute, but like this is a choice. See, this looks like an everyday look. Okay. This is cute. This is like what I say, like these ladies in Croatia can look like sometimes, the long dress especially, but like they're just that's just how they look for the day. You know what I mean? They look like they're wearing their clothes. Okay. Yeah, this looks good. Okay, this looks like, you know, yeah, that just looks like normal. Like he's, yeah, beautiful. See, yeah, the old ladies in Croatia can look like this sometimes. They look so fucking cute. You know, this is cute. Love this. This works. Simple, to the point. Okay. So again, mask, femme, fashion, real, costume. The truth is only you know. Here's the real truth. Only you know. Only you know if you're getting dressed for you. Only you know if it's authentic to you. Only you know if it's real. Now, sometimes when you're organic, people love it and they see you post and they're like, oh my God, you dress like this every day? Is this what you look like? I cannot tell you how much I stand out in Croatia. If I go to the store looking like this, which I do, I literally stand out so significantly. For better or for worse. Right? But that's just what I wear. Those are my clothes. Okay, I'm not going to change my clothes because I live in Croatia. Like I might change my wardrobe in terms of like enhancing my aesthetic, but I'm not going to try to look more Croatian because I live here. But that is what old Britney would have done. 10 years ago, Britney would have tried to change the way she looks to match Croatian aesthetic. But now I'm not going to do that, which means I will naturally stand out, which means I will naturally make people pay attention to me. But like, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? I'm not going to try to blend that hard. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so that's something to think about. So even when we talk about like, what is femme and what is mask, what is aesthetic, what is true, what is for the TV, what is for attention? Do you guys remember this couple? Do you remember this one?
Us as weird as a couple because we don't look like how they want us to look.
I'm a masculine presenting woman.
And I'm a feminine presenting straight man. I say,
as far as I know, they're not together anymore, but why is she considered mask? Like, what about her is mask? Because she has long hair? She's wearing jeans? Like, what is it about her that's mask? Okay, so she has long hair. She's wearing jeans and a shirt and a jersey and a cap. Like, why is he femme and she's mask? Like, okay, aesthetically, they're literally dressed the same almost. He's wearing different jeans because there's holes in them, right? But like, what is really the mask or what is it? Why is he femme? Why is she mask? It's the energy. I agree. It's partially slight aesthetic differences. His shirt is tighter. He's showing belly. He's got cuts in the jeans. Okay. She's showing little to no skin. Okay. So the aesthetic looks different automatically. Boy sleeves versus girl sleeves. As an example, I don't wear girl sleeve cuts. My whole life, I've hated them. I think it's my autism. They make me feel sweaty and like I can't breathe. I might change it later. But right now, I don't wear girl cut sleeves. You know, the sleeves that cut here. I don't wear them. I only wear boy cut sleeves. You know, I might change that. Or I wear tank tops. Or I wear shirts that like have a low cut for my breasts. But all of them are different vibes. So sensory also comes into this. How many of you dressed the way you dress because you're autistic? And you have like sensory overload issues? Because that's me, girl. So like what is the difference between them, right? Look at here. She's wearing a tank top and her hair is up. Why does she look so mask? The energy. He's sitting so normal. Normal shirt, normal, basic fucking fashion. And yet you can see just from this picture, one's more feminine, one's more masculine. Why? A little goes a long way. A little bit of energy goes a long way, you know? So, okay, something to think about, right? Okay, so we're not attacking people. We're just paying attention. Now, we're going to move into some commentary videos just for a second. Some commentary. Here we go.
Biggest pet peeves? Oh, because one of my biggest pet peeves, even though no one asked, but like I hate whenever I'm talking to a guy and like he'll ask me like, oh, are you femme or are you mask? And it's like, because I just don't really subscribe to that mindset anymore. But like, I feel like that question is always about like, in regards to like your aesthetic or how you present yourself to the world. And I'm always playing with my look, but like, very rarely is that question about energy, because that's what it is. It's your masculine energy and it's your feminine energy. And like, I use both daily. You know, obviously there's days, you know, when I'm hurting, or, you know, when I feel like I need to defend myself or put a wall up, I'm gonna pull from my masculine side more for sure. But there's times that I'm in situations where, you know, that require, you know, patience and understanding and empathy. I'm pulling from my feminine side more. And they both work together daily, you know, to keep me like aligned. Does that make sense? Like what I'm saying? Like,
So listen to the beginning part.
Oh, are you femme or are you masc? And it's like, because I just don't really subscribe to that mindset anymore.
Okay, I don't subscribe to that mindset anymore. So in the privacy of my home, when my partner and I are talking, the language we use to communicate, like what energy I'm in, has to be deeply understood by the person receiving it, because what's in my head makes really good sense to me. Like it makes such perfect sense. But once it leaves my mouth and it enters their consciousness, they have to then translate it basically into understanding what it means. So, you know, when people say like, oh, I don't believe in like men or women or anymore, which is what I say, right? I'll be like, what is a man? What is a man or a woman? I'm not actually saying I don't think men and women exist. I'm challenging the status quo created and set by conservatives that say men are men and women are women. Okay? And I'm saying, are they though? And what does that mean? What does that look like? What's the obligation to those words? Like, what does that mean? Example, this has shown up on my feed. Okay? Here we go. How conservatives train their kids. Okay? Hold on.
Are a what?
Boy.
God made you a boy. So when mommy does her makeup, she does it because she's a girl. So does that mean you do it?
No.
That's right, because you are a
boy.
Amen, okay? Amen. And you're a handsome boy that God made you.
Yes. Yeah, but not too.
Okay. So obviously, what? But also, yeah, like that's the bubble I was raised in. Girls wear makeup and boys didn't wear makeup. And yet, fun fact, my mom didn't let the girls wear makeup until they were 18. Because she didn't want us to sexualize ourselves. Okay? Put that together. Right? Okay, here's another one. Oh, hold on.
Boy.
Why do you want to be a boy? Because why?
Because I just want to.
Well, we're not a boy. What are you?
I'm a girl.
You're a girl. It's kind of like having a gift from God. God gave you the gift of being a girl. Oh, you don't want to be a girl? Why?
Because I just want to.
Who told you you weren't a girl? Who said that? Huh?
God told me to not be a girl.
No, that's not true. That's not true. You know why?
Why?
Because you are a girl. God made you to be a girl. Did you know that? He made you special. So special to be a girl. Was someone joking about you being a boy?
He said I'm a boy, and that hurt my feelings when he told me I'm a boy.
Okay, even if she said so, are you a boy?
No.
Good, you're not a boy. So who cares what someone says? That's like someone saying that you're not funny. But are you funny?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. That's like someone saying that you're not pretty, but are you pretty?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is what we gotta learn, okay? Sometimes people will call you things, and it's up to you to believe it, okay? You get to decide. Say, I decide. I decide what I believe. Good. And we know, say, I know. I know that God made me special to be a what?
A girl.
A girl. See, it doesn't matter what anyone jokes about. We know who we are and what we are. And you know what's cool too?
What?
God made daddy and brother special to be boys. And that's a good thing too. We're just all unique the way God made us.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Oh baby, you don't ever have to say sorry. Hey, you never have to say sorry for telling me. I'm so happy you told me. Because then we get to have chats like this and we get to talk about what's true. Do you know what true means?
What?
It means that it's real. It's real life. It's for real life. A good example of a true thing is that God made you to be a what? A girl. See, that's true. Good job. This is so good to talk about. And it makes my heart so happy that we get to talk about it. Did you know that? Even if it's someone joking around, I love that you told me about it and that we got to talk about it. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. Ready? Okay, so obviously so much there to deconstruct. We're not even going to get into it. But do you know what I'm saying? There are all these bubbles that are raising their kids with specific languages and specific standards and specific. So in this channel, we're here to deconstruct that idea. I agree that if somebody doesn't think you're funny, but you know you're funny, you're funny. You know what I mean? Fuck off. But also, I like that she said, God told me I'm a boy. She goes, no, he didn't. I was like, how do you know? Discord says, interesting, my mom didn't let me wear makeup until a specific age either, but it was because she wanted me to build self-esteem and she wanted me to like my face the way it was before I started wearing makeup. That's what my mom used to tell me too as well. It was a combination. My mom would say, I want you to learn your face, your hair. I don't want you to get it chemically straightened, da-da-da, because I used to cry. I used to throw tantrums. I was like, let me chemically straighten my hair. I hate my curly hair. I hate my face. And then I was like, let me do this. And then she was like, no, you need to learn to love yourself. But I think she just went about it the wrong way. I think, yes, it helped me in some ways, but also I think there could have been better ways to do it because she also never taught me how to do my hair. So all of my life, my hair was just like in a bun and I was so embarrassed by my hair because she wasn't teaching me how to do it, you know, but the truth is it's because my mom straightens her hair to this day. My mom doesn't like her natural hair. My mom is embarrassed of her natural hair. She even tells me like, I wish I knew how to do my hair. And I was like, you're 65. You could have learned the same way I learned by watching Black women on YouTube. You could have learned, you know what I mean? So again, I feel like sometimes our parents do this whole thing like, oh, we wanted to do this to help you, but like you didn't help yourself. You know what I mean? And that frustrates me because like how, you know what I mean? It's just so frustrating. Jess says, does your mom have curly hair too? Oh yeah. Like my mom has super curly hair. Half my siblings have super curly hair. Half my relatives have super curly hair. You know what I mean? And most of them straighten it. Most of them, you know, remember that as immigrants, we're susceptible to the Europeification. Did I just make that up? Of aesthetic as well. You know how many cousins get nose jobs? You know how many of my cousins, you know, do their noses, get their hair straightened, do the whole like, and I'm like, it's fine. I'm not judging you. I wish you would get your nose done because you wanted to and not because you felt like your natural nose wasn't good enough. You know, I wish you would straighten your hair because you actually like it and not because you think curly hair is somehow worse. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I wish you, and listen, I remember making the decision to not straighten my hair. It was like 10 years ago and I was so mortified about my hair. I one day just decided, you know what? Fuck this. Like, fuck this pressure. I look stupid with straight hair because I do. I do not look cute with straight hair. I was like, it doesn't even look good on me. I can't figure it out. I feel crazy. I'm going to learn how to do my hair. And then I went straight to YouTube and I looked up curly hair routine. And that was it. That was it. That was the end of my life. Early 20s, I was like, fuck this. Because I tried. I struggled so much with my hair, you know, and I just couldn't pull it off. I couldn't figure it out. And yeah. Never went back. Don't even own a straightener. When my sister came to visit, she was like, do you have a straightener? And I was like, absolutely not. She's like, holy shit. I was like, absolutely not. I do not own a straightener. So figure it out. Okay. Now, one more video I want to show you. Mask for mask versus femmes.
Bothers me the most about like a mask for mask type of gay. It's not even the fact that like masculine might be your type. Like that's fine. I really don't give a fuck. Like I literally don't care. I know I'm not everybody's type. I'm my type and that's all that really matters to me. But what drives me crazy about like the mask for mask type of men is that like, instead of just being like, oh no, I just like, I don't really care for feminine men. Like I prefer like a more masculine man that maybe I can play ball with or something, which first of all, none of you fucking do. You're a bunch of FAGS. The issue is that you think you're above feminine gays. And it's like, the gays with the acrylics, with the wigs, with the full beat, with the skinny waist, you know what I mean? Like it's like the girlier, the better, and the more like they're the reason why you can be gay to begin with. Like, do you know what I mean? Like they're the ones that are making it okay for us to be out in public holding a man's hand. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're just trying to blend in with society, and that's fine if that's really who you are. Like if you are just like kind of like a guy's guy, like cool, but like. Stop putting down the femmes. Stop. Like, I just don't understand. What is the reason? And honestly, I know it stems from some sort of like internal homophobia or something or like insecurity, because I remember when I was younger and I first came out, I refused to date anybody that was like even slightly feminine. And these days, like, I just don't give a fuck. Like, as I've gotten older, I'm like, no, wait, I love the femme gays. Like, I love them. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It's just weird to me, and I think a lot of you need to let it go. And the mask for mask thing, like, y'all are fucking corny anyway, because none of you are even masked. You're bumping to Lady Gaga and using poppers. Like, I just
Sorry.
put on the heel, sis. I know you want.
Okay. Internalized homophobia and misogyny definitely at play here. My brother messaged me the other day and he was like, do you think Leo Skeppy suffers from internalized misogyny and homophobia? I was like, I think Leo Skeppy is suffering. But yes, like Leo Skeppy coming out here with his, you know, his obviously gay aesthetic and then being like, I'm not one of those other gays. Don't pride me nothing gays. You know what I'm like? Shut up, Leo. Like at the end of the day, girl, okay, what's his name? Jeffree Star coming out here like, I'm not one of those gays. I'm normal. Jeffree, sit down, Jeffree. Like, obviously, a part of it is like grifty on Jeffree's part for sure. But a part of it is like not understanding, like, what is Jeffree Star, girls? Is he not feminine? But also kind of a masculine personality. Feminine aesthetic, masculine personality, that Jeffree Star. Leo Skeppy, masculine presenting, kind of femme energy though. Like, you know what I mean? So that's what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Chess has internalized. Leo shows pretty overt misogyny and homophobia. Wait, hold on. Is that a joke because you don't know what internalized means? Or is that, because that's funny if it's a joke, but if it's not a joke, I should explain it. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's a joke. Do we all know what internalized means? I'm just checking. Okay, because this will really help on your deconstruction journey. Because it's like really important, right? Chad says, did you hear that crazy thing Leo said about wanting to cut up his ex or some crazy shit? Girl, I'm the one who put it on the map, girl. My video is the reason it even got viral. Yes. Yes, girl, that was me. That's why I went viral on TikTok. Thank you. God bless. You're welcome. It was because I was doing research on Leo and I wanted to know who he was. And I was like, why is nobody talking about this? You're welcome. Okay. But yeah, like there's something to be said about, oh no, Chad says, wait, girl, explain it. When you suffer from, if you're a woman and you suffer from internalized misogyny, okay? So misogyny is usually typically a man's perspective about their relationship towards women. They're better than women. They're inherently born better than women. Women can't be trusted in X positions of power, da 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 da. Women internalize the misogyny and make it a part of their belief system and perception of themselves. Internalized racism, white people as the dominant force, reinforce in black communities, brown communities that they are less than because they are inherently inferior. And black and brown people internalize that and end up bringing it into their personality and consciousness. When we internalize, we're creating it as a part of our schema, our consciousness, the way we exist and think of ourselves. So when I was younger, I had internalized misogyny problems because I believed that, yeah, maybe women are inherently worse. Maybe that's why pick-me's end up stemming from internalized misogyny, because they want the boys to like them because they're not like other girls. But to be like not other girls is to say that being a girl is somehow inherently bad. And you're trying to prove to the men that you're different from the other girls, as if the other girls are bad, which is why what he's saying, like you're sitting here and saying femme gays are different, nail gays are different, wig gays are different, makeup gays are different. They're like the icky gays. But where does that come from? They're all gay. It's all gay, right? So when you internalize, you're making it a part of your understanding of self. And that's why you have to deconstruct your internalization, right? You have to deconstruct this thing you have internalized from the external and made it a part of you. You know, that's what internalized means. When we say internalized misogyny, I'm saying it became a part of what I believed about myself. And then I made it about other people. Maybe women shouldn't be president because women have periods. 18-year-old Britney. Okay, 18-year-old Britney. Maybe women shouldn't be president because they get periods. Girl, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Chet says, I guess I view him as being openly sexist and he doesn't care that he's sexist. Yes, Habibi, because he has internalized. Leo Skeppy has internalized that being this way is bad. And so he agrees with the homophobic stance that like pride is gross and perverted and gay people are doing too much and XYZ, right? So he internalized it and made it part of his personality. So if he deconstructed it and realized where that came from, he would realize like, oh, is that what I believe? Right? It's not about how you show up. You know, it's not like how you exhibit. It's how you think about yourself and the thing at hand. It's about how you think. So when people say you're a racist, they're saying it's the way that you show up because of the way you subconsciously or consciously think about the way you're showing up, right? And that's why people say like, oh, I'm not racist, because in their heads, they're not outwardly thinking, but their subconscious mind is thinking, because then they're acting. And if you really ask yourself, like, does some part of you think like Black communities put themselves in this position? Be honest. Does some part of your brain is a little convinced that Black people are the reason their life is so hard in America? Go ahead, be honest. That's that internalized racism that some Black people feel when they come out and they end up looking conservative and they say like, Black, I got out, why can't you get out? JD Vance is the white poor boy. There's some part of his brain that really believes all those people he abandoned in his community, they are there on purpose and it's their fault. And there's nothing systematic about it, right? And that he's just the one who got out because he really wanted to. JD Vance he really wanted to get out, you know? So that's that. It's the way you start to believe about yourselves, and then that, you know, it's not about how you show up. And I understand a lot of these terminologies do stem, they do trickle down from academia, like toxic masculinity. I understand that a lot of these words on the internet are so deeply misunderstood, like the word gaslighting. I understand that when we have these conversations, you might be coming from a different place, but please know, I'm not just saying them because I think they're fun. Tee-hee. I'm saying them because I have some understanding of what these words actually mean, and I really mean it when I say it. You are suffering from internalized homophobia. I'm diagnosing you, even though it's not a diagnosis. I'm literally saying like, yes, you are. Yes, you're suffering. Hello? Like, we need to deconstruct this, okay? Discord said, I thought men just have misogyny, not internalized misogyny. I think women and femmes are the only ones with internalized. Yes, I think you're more, I think that's more accurate to say, sorry. I was thinking about because he was gay. You're right. He has internalized homophobia, but misogyny. You're right, Discord. You're right. That's correct. Leo Skepi is a man, so he would have misogyny and internalized homophobia because he's gay. You're right. Thank you. That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, Chad said this like when people who say homeless people like to be homeless, and I'm like, have you ever asked them why? Because the answer might shock you. Or if you just think about it, like I always think about this. Hold on, Discord was distracting me. You know that, what's that rule 34, where there's like porn, if you think about it, there's porn about it. Is that rule 34? Same thing with all of these topics. If there's somebody in your head that's femme, mask, gay, whatever, homeless, name thing here you're thinking about, there is somebody in the world that falls into that category. But that doesn't mean that that represents the people in this position as a whole. Right? Okay. Discord said, I'd argue that some trans men have internalized misogyny as people who are often raised with such misogyny subjected to them, but it depends on the individual. I think it could be either or depending on how we understand the construct of gender. So these words, I think, could be applied to different kinds of people who might identify as men or might be men or non-binary, right? So like, I think it's okay to say as a man, I have internalized or I have externalized or I have whatever, right? I think there's something to be said about, because if we're deconstructing gender, so I wouldn't worry too much. Like I wouldn't overthink it. I would just ask myself, am I suffering from an issue of believing this thing that society has told me? And whatever you want to label it is accurate. But really what we're trying to get down to is, what are you experiencing? Same with the mask, same with the femme, same with aesthetic. What are you genuinely experiencing? And whatever word applies to that, that's okay. But our focus is healing. Our focus isn't necessarily always getting the word correct, though I think that's important. The worry here is healing. Was it essay? Was it not essay? Violation and consent violation occurred. Either way, I feel deeply betrayed betrayed. And because I feel deeply betrayed, we gotta talk about it. Call it what you want to call it. Some fuckery happened, right? And that's the thing. It's like, I think sometimes we get so hung up on the words, and the words can matter, but what really matters is there was pain there. What really matters is there's bigotry there. What really matters is that there's prejudice there. And even bigotry and prejudice like get really confusing for people, okay? So again, when we have this conversation about like, what is femme? What is masc? What are we doing here? What is this aesthetic? It's all dependent on the bubble and the perception, okay? Do we have any questions about this? Any more questions before we change topics and we're done with this, okay? Any other follow-ups? Any other thoughts? Anything else you want to talk about? Tell me, I'm here for it, okay? Okay, Discord, I'm gonna leave you to it. I see you talking. Let me actually use this time to take a break. Leave your questions. When I get back, I'll answer them or we'll move on to something else, okay? I'll be right back.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Who is this?
You tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I don't think so.
Why don't you want to talk to me? What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim? Okay, let's see. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Links in the description for the music and the Patreon, which is where the Discord is, but I'll link the stream music here. For those asking, that's Samantha Dragonati you just listened to. Very skilled. She's so talented. Like, I can't even begin to tell you how talented this girl is. And then there's the Patreon there if you want to join the Discord. It is 18 plus girls, and you have to be outside of high school, okay? This is an adult space. We don't need kids in the Discord, thank you. Even if you're 18, if you're in high school, no. No high schoolers, no minors, thank you. Okay, sad news, girls. Get ready. Huge trigger warning, okay? Just huge trigger warning. I'm gonna wait a second, give people time to readjust because, you know, we just kind of went for like a really like a fun kind of tee-hee story. Okay, and I just want everyone to take a deep breath. There's been a devastating death in our LGBTQIA communities, and it's just really sad. And her name is Gurlala. Maybe you know her, maybe you don't. And she was killed by her partner, 21 years old. Really sad. I'm going to show you the video. There is footage of, you know, domestic abuse wounds on her face. And there is footage of basically her partner putting her body in a car. They don't show anything. This is the news reporting it, but you know, the news does show some stuff. So just like everyone get ready. It's a very short video. It's only a minute, 20 seconds, but it's just really sad. It's really devastating. Okay. Are you ready? Here we go.
Maurice Harrison. 21-year-old Maurice Harrison, known online as Gurlala, seen here in one of her TikTok videos with her boyfriend, 25-year-old Shanoid White Jr. Harrison is a transgender influencer and a popular hairstylist, described by family as having a bright future ahead of her. White Jr. was a former defensive lineman at Bethune-Cookman.
I'm finding probable cause, and I'm going to keep the no bond hold on Mr. White.
But Sunday was behind bars, facing charges of premeditated and first-degree murder with a firearm after being accused of killing Gurlala. Broward County Sheriff's Office says around 7 p.m. Friday night at the 3300 block of Northwest 37th Street in Lauderdale Lakes, they found Gurlala in the front passenger seat of a car with multiple gunshot wounds. NBC6 obtained this exclusive video showing White Jr. stepping out of his car, going to the passenger side and putting Gurlala, who he already had shot, back in the car. She was taken to Broward Health Medical Center, where she died. Investigators say the couple of many years got into a verbal argument, which turned physical while inside of White Jr.'s car. Users and fans across social media finding old videos that hint to signs of a tumultuous relationship like this one.
We always throw down.
Where Gurlala is seen with a cut on her nose and under her eye, claiming they always fight. Now her family is just asking for prayers and time to heal.
I'm so devastated. You know, once again, if you don't see the link pinned in the chat, it's Support Women for Change. Women for Change is a nonprofit out of South Africa that is holding a protest this Friday, the 21st, because the G20 summit is happening, where all these world leaders are getting together to talk, and no one is talking about the rise of femicide. So we're just trying to bring awareness to it. It's so sad. And please take note that they used to fight. That she would literally post videos of cuts and bruises on her face. And there's just this normalization of fighting in relationships, right? And that's what I'm trying to say to you. We cannot normalize fighting in our relationships. We cannot normalize it. Okay? We are not supposed to be fighting. It's okay to have uncomfortable conversations. It's okay to have disagreements. It's okay to have miscommunications, but we cannot be fighting in our relationships. And over and over, every community, every group on the globe just normalizes fighting with your partner. It's not cute. It's not funny. It's not normal. And if it is normal, it's not healthy. I don't like it. Okay. And it's just so devastating, especially now that I'm reviewing Gabby Petito's story for my members on YouTube. Same situation, right? Two young people fighting. It goes to physical violence. They play it off. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. We don't need your help. We don't want to talk to the, we don't want to help. It's fine. And then he murders her, right? Okay. We got to talk about it. We have to talk about it. And that's why I just make it such a point of my content to say it time and time again. I will never stop explaining to you why toxic relationships are not the way to go. Because I know, as somebody who's been there in a toxic relationship, it felt so worth fighting for, even though obviously it was so dangerous. It was so unhealthy. It was so like, guys, I was literally self-harming, and like my suicidal like attempts literally quadrupled in those relationships. Literally. Like, I had been suicidal my whole life, but it literally got worse in my romantic relationship. So, I've been on this, because of Gabby Petito, I've been really thinking about this, like, why do we encourage people to move in with their partners before we know this is the love of your life for real, for real? Like, it's okay to think that this is the love of your life. I think we've all been there. But why are we normalizing living with people we've certainly just met, and or we don't have enough backing of their character to really feel safe enough with these people, And again, like, it's just devastating. What a devastating situation. And just my heart goes out to her, 21 years old. And she probably thought she was so in love and, finally somebody liked you, or he's this guy who's the whatever, he's handsome, whatever, you probably just romanticize this whole it's just so sad. And I get it. I'm not even judging it. I know the process of thinking someone loves me and somebody cares for me and someone sees me, but sometimes we fight. And maybe it's worth the but sometimes we fight. And I get it, because a lot of people say oh, you should live with someone before you know if you're going to marry them. Yeah, I think that almost sounds like it makes sense until you realize it doesn't really matter. Now, you can stay with somebody temporarily. You can see what they're like every day, but the reality is you don't have to share a lease. You don't have to be financially dependent on them. Because guys, that's the scary part. When you move in with somebody, most domestic abuse relationships maintain and exist because people become financially dependent on each other. They sign leases with each other. During COVID, domestic abuse went up because partners weren't able to leave their homes to escape their partners. Okay? So again, I'm not trying to be your conservative mother here. I'm trying to say you do not need to make yourself dependent on a person if you are not sure. Okay? If it's going to make it that much harder for you to leave and that much harder, then it is better. That's why I say I work so fucking hard to make sure I never have to depend on someone financially in any capacity, who might put me in a position of being unsafe, whether it's my parents, my family, or a partner, right? But that is just one of the key points. So again, without victim blaming, I just want you to know you have options. And before we even get into these relationships, we should be warning people, wait, I love you before you become dependent. One time I got this, you probably know the story maybe. If you're new, you don't. Years ago, I don't even know if this person still watches me. I don't remember their username. Years ago, I got this email or this message from a girly. And she said, hey, Britt, I met a man who's 10 something years older than me. And she said, I'm paraphrasing now. It's been so long, but she said I'm with my parents. I have a shitty life. I hate my life, but he's offering me to live in his mansion and to smoke weed and, do whatever I want, unlimited drugs, unlimited da-da-da. Should I move in with him? And I was like, Habibi, with peace and love, don't do this. I said, he's going to kill you, girl. He's going to literally murder you. I was like, please don't do this. And I don't know if she ever did it, but it's one of those things where if it's too good to be true, it's too good to be true. If a man comes and claims he's going to save you, run. He's probably going to kill you. I'm dead serious. Rape you, assault you, take advantage of you, steal your money, gaslight you, something. Because a grown, mature, reasonable adult doesn't try to save grown women from their lives. They try to encourage them to be independent and safe and healthy. Okay? If a man comes into your life and promises you unlimited drugs, if a man comes into your life and just tells you you don't have to pay rent, you don't have to do anything, and it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Okay? So don't do this. Okay? I just hate it. I hate it. And I understand it. I've moved in with lots of people and moved lots of people out. It's a pain in the ass. Okay? It's a pain in the fucking ass. Yeah, your partner should encourage you to be a full person and not to be dependent on them. And listen, most of the time when I call out men for dating younger girls, it's because they're always doing the rescuing thing. Stop rescuing these women. Okay? You're not an EMT. You're not a firefighter. Stop trying to rescue these women. Okay? Just crazy. I want to show you another example, trigger warning, of the type of verbal fights you should never have with your partner. Okay, so super trigger warning. It's 39 seconds long. Okay, if you need to go away for a minute and come back, you should. This, if you fight like this with your partner, absolutely not. Now, these people, they're on I think she divorced him, right? I'm pretty sure like they're divorced. I don't know anything about them. It just came across my feed. Okay, ready? 1, 2, okay, 3.
Are the dumbest motherfucking people in the world.
We have 2 kids.
I'm telling you, you're fucking dumb.
We have 2 children in the
And
back
you're
seat.
dumb.
Stop talking. We have 2 kids in the back seat.
And you're dumb.
We have 2 kids in the back seat. Do you want
Mom's
to talk
dumb.
about? We have 2 children in the back seat that are, one is throwing up and one is tired, and I don't need you to verbally abuse me right now.
Oh my god, you're abused. Oh my god, I'm really abused. Like, how did I abuse you? Did I like? Fuck you. I'm so glad I'm fucking divorcing you. Get the fuck out of my. Record it.
Okay. Now, a lot of people will say, oh, it sounds like she's like egging him on or something. You don't believe these things happen until you see them happening, okay? And so that's why you have to record and you have to remind them like, hey, there are kids here. And yes, it will sound performative on her end, but this is already how it's been. No one should talk to you like that. This isn't how you should talk to people, period. You know, and that's why I say, guys, if you're this angry at somebody, even if you're the victim, you don't want to be this person, okay? There are people in the car, the kids in the car, sorry, not people, kids, right? Kids are people, but you know what I mean? Okay. So she might sound to somebody who's untrained, oh, like she turned on the camera, she knows, right? That's not what's happening though. Like she is trying to, and she probably needs it for the divorce proceedings too, because trust me when I say abusers are so perfect when the cops are called. You know how many times I've tried to help women out of domestic abuse situations, but their partner does this. Their partner is like this when the camera isn't there. And then the moment the police show up or the camera turns on and they know it, oh my God, how are you? I just want to I love women and I just want them to be independent. And I'm like, it drives you crazy. I'm not even kidding you. I have seen people be this verbally abusive and the moment they switch and it's like, fuck. You know what I mean? Like that's the shit that's so difficult because no one believes you. And then you start to not believe yourself because no one else has seen it. And maybe you're exaggerating. And maybe he didn't even sound that angry. And maybe I'm just, I don't get him. And maybe his childhood was hard. And maybe. Right? It's kind of crazy. Ugh. Exhausting. Kind of crazy. Okay. Now, again, just one last thing. Before you marry someone, and marry meaning long-term relationship, cohabitation, sharing finances. Okay. Before you become with somebody, before this person is like the make or break of your life, before your credit score is impacted by the person you're going to be with. Okay. You want to test out the relationship, but not by like creating tests. You want to give the relationship time to make sure you're compatible. Like, live with maybe not live with the person, but stay with the person for a few weeks. Make sure you see them at all hours of the day. Make sure you guys are hanging out with friends and family. Make sure you go to restaurants. Make sure you don't just isolate yourself so it feels, quote, perfect until you actually have to face the real world, right? Make sure they're involved with your family if you're involved with your family. Make sure they can be there for you when your job is stressful, So, yeah, Chad says, give yourself permission to see bad things and accept they're true. Exactly. Like, give yourself time. Because again, even in my relationship where we got engaged in 6 months, keep in mind, okay, we were both older. We weren't like 50, but we certainly weren't 21. Okay. We had lived experience. We both had jobs. We both had our own apartments. We both were financially independent. Okay. We were both very opinionated about our beliefs. We were both very not budging on any of our compromise. Like, we were not going to compromise values whatsoever. Okay. We both were willing to see each other in private spaces, fly out to each other's apartments, see how the other lived, see each other's families. We were always open to any time before the engagement and breaking up. It was very serious to us. And look, obviously, even now that we're married, should there be any form of abuse in this relationship, we will get divorced. We will get divorced. Okay? But I also would not be willing to marry somebody I thought I would divorce. Do we know the difference? It's not to say you don't want to be JD Vance, who's like, women shouldn't get divorced. Fuck JD Vance. But I, Brittany, would never have shared my money, would never have opened bank accounts, would never have taken out loans, would never have trusted somebody with my medical bills, my medical health, never with somebody I thought I would divorce. Never. Which is why I never married anyone I dated before, because it's like, we're going to get divorced. I think about breaking up with you all the time. But this partner, I never think about breaking up with them. I only think about solving differences if we have any at all. Okay? Which for us, honestly, just all of our differences is the autism versus the ADHD. That's like the big joke. The big when the autist and the autism versus ADHD. How will the house get clean today? That's really what it is. Genuinely. It's like, that's the biggest struggle. Hey, it's a good one. But at least it isn't this fucking abusive piece of shit situations you see on the, you know what I mean? Yeah. Exactly, chat. Like, how people treat wait staff is a big tell. How people talk about minorities, about women, about gays. Like, something I love about my partner is just like how reassured I feel every time we talk about like minority struggles. Because, you know, the performative, you know how we talked the other day about performative males? I used to date those performative males thinking it was real. And now I'm just dating a person who, like, regardless of gender, is exhibiting like a deep understanding of why they come to that conclusion. It's not performative. They actually believe it and they have the data to back it. Versus these performative people that just like, oh, yes, I care about minorities. But then it wasn't like backed by data. So then when shit got hard, they will double down on their beliefs, right? They would, I need you to be so sure this is what you actually believe that when shit like hits the fan, you don't revert back to misogyny or bigotry. Or like, there was discourse happening on the internet between, I follow so many, oh my God. Do you remember, I think her name is Dominique. She was on the panel with Olay and she is having beef right now with somebody else. And there's like this whole thing happening on that side of the internet. Girl, I feel like this and I'm just like watching. I'm like, what's happening? Peace and love to everybody. Okay. Like Cat Black is there and Monique is there and all these, and I'm just like, what is happening? Anyways, no judgment. When I'm watching them all talk and everyone's like having conversations, it's interesting to see how viewers of people will start misgendering people or start relying on bigotry. And people have to call people out and say, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Just because so-and-so and I have beef does not mean you get to misgender people or you get to do this. And that's the difference between women who are progressive and men who are progressive. See how these men revert right back to the misogyny the moment it becomes convenient. And these women are like, absolutely not. You cannot do this. And that's the difference. And that's the difference. That's the difference, okay? Chat says, do you think you could get to a high compatibility, joyful place even if you start off toxic? I have a video about this. I just posted it. If you guys haven't seen my new podcast video, that's what that is about. To be honest with you, I'll link it in the chat. Hold, let me go get it. To be honest with you, anything is possible. The question is it probable? That's a whole other question. This person was made. Oh, look at this edit. Look at this cute edit. For you in the universe. I believe in more data and other things. It's not soulmate in the sense that this person was made for you in the universe. Oh my God, we love an editing queen. Oh, that was such a fun edit. Okay, here is the link to that video. Go watch it. And guys, if you can use the hype feature on YouTube within 7 days of a video being posted, please do. Apparently you have to do it maybe within 7 days. If you can try to hype that video, it would help. It really made a difference. I'm not even kidding you, because you guys hyped my last 2 podcasts or whatever, or the ones that got huge views. That's because you guys hyped it. So like, if you guys can hype it on YouTube, any of the videos you see that you feel like doing it, you don't have to do, you can do it for other small creators. But if you want to do it for me, that'd be great, because YouTube really pushes out the videos and then more people join. And it's really great. Okay. I think the probability of you going from toxic to high compatibility is really, really hard. It's a lot of fucking work. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? I don't know about that. Right? Yeah, chat says it does help. Nice. Because I'm clicking. Listen to this. My video, I think it was my Why Do Grown Men Date Teenagers video. YouTube said, because your fans hyped this video, it was the top 50 watched videos in the US. And I was like, oh shit, for this week or for this month or whatever. So like, it really helps, you know? And like, it, especially with small channels like mine, like I'm so not digestible to the masses. So our goal is to get the video seen by as many people as possible, just to form a nice small community, because like, I'm just not normie enough. Like I really bother people, I think, because obviously I'm asking people to consider that they might need to do some introspection. So it's obviously going to trigger fucking people. But it really helps bring in those small amount of people who will stay. And that's a good community right there, right? That's great. Okay. So, and thank you for everyone who's done it. I really appreciate it. And again, there are other creators you could do it too as well. You don't always have to pick my videos, but it does help. Just as I asked, because I feel like my partner and I see each other so well now, and I feel like we've both found our joy, but it did take time working through toxic patterns. And I wonder if we were just not seeing something. Oh, if we're not just seeing something. Well, you'll know better than anybody. When I talk about high compatibility, I'm talking about values, and the values have to be backed by data. Look, we all have toxicity within us. I have toxic moments. You have toxic moments. The difference is am I always toxic and am I healthy? So the question is like, you know, are you that exception, which I think does exist, in which you were toxic and got healthier, often younger couples who get older and do the work, okay? Or are you coping and you're actually not, and these habits will come back later? You know more than anyone. Make sure you trust yourself more than you trust anybody, because you are the only people who can be that honest. So sit with yourself and ask yourself, am I truly being honest with myself? Or am I pretending something is better than it is? Because when I was in my toxic relationships, there were times when I'd be reading a book and he'd be playing video games, and I would look at him and he would look at me, and we would just say, this is the best life ever. Can life get any greater than this? Wow, we're so in love. And then the next day we'd be yelling at each other at 3 a.m. in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if I was really honest with myself, I would say the good moments were rare and the bad moments were typical, right? Is it Phoebe? Like Phoebe, but Phoebe? Thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you for that super chat. So again, make sure your values are in line, and then make sure you're just being really honest with yourself, because you're the only person who will know, and your partner will be the only person who will know. And then be honest with each other. You know, sometimes when I dated people in the past, I would also like, oh, we're different and we vote different or think differently. And when I say vote differently, I don't mean like I would vote liberal and he would vote Republican. I mean more like he wouldn't vote. Or like he wouldn't participate in some capacity, which, you know, that's a conversation we can have differently. Voting is not even what a majority of people do. Most people aren't voting, right? So, but it's like, or I would go caucus for Bernie and he wouldn't come with me, or I would go door to door and collect signatures and he wouldn't come with me, or I would go out and protest and he wouldn't come with me, right? So like I dated those kinds of people where like I would be doing stuff and then he wouldn't come with me. Versus in this marriage, we sit down together and decide what we're going to do. Like, hey, do you want to participate in this, like this Croatian protest? Or hey, do you want to protest in this? Or hey, do you want to participate in this? Like we sit down as a couple and talk about it, and then we make a decision. Or like, you know, we both have them bought from Amazon. Guys, do you remember when I started that? I forgot to write it down because it kind of started on a whim. It wasn't like I just started it. I don't remember when I decided to stop shopping at Amazon, but we haven't shopped at Amazon together, which I told my partner they don't have to participate in that form of protest with me, but they decided to do it anyway. So it's kind of cool. But it's been like almost a year, right? Because veganism started in March I think March was when I started my vegan journey, and April's when I posted the video. I think I posted the video a month after I did it. And I think Amazon was kind of nearby because it had to have been around the same time, because I learned about how Amazon was really fucking everything up about the same time I learned about veganism. Hold on, vegan Brittany Simon. Yeah, so my vegan video,
They persist.
if you guys haven't seen it, fire video, 8 months ago. So this is, what's this, March 11th. March 11th, so February. So I would have started it in February because I had to do the 30-day challenge a month before I posted the video, obviously. So February was my vegan, or my plant-based, I should say. Yeah, so it's been about a year. And honestly, there were some inconveniences not shopping at Amazon, but we made do. We figured it out, but it was hard. You know, and then it was easy, you know. Okay, hold on. There's something else I want to say. No, that's it. Okay, let's watch this video. Okay, I'm so sorry. This might trigger some of you. This might trigger some of you, but it's literally just a Christian. Okay? It's literally just a Christian. It's not domestic violence. It's just a Christian being a Christian. Okay.
Can I have your attention, please? I'm here to tell you right now that Jesus Christ is the one true living God, regardless of what you believe or what paths of life that you've walked, regardless of the mistakes that you made. Jesus is the one true living God. And I'm here to tell you that 2,000 years ago, he came and died for your sins so you could have eternal life.
Please, shut up. People have other religions.
I know.
Push it on people.
I'm not pushing it. I'm just here to tell you that Jesus loves you, and that regardless of what you believe or what you've heard, he loves you enough to come and give his life for you.
Yes.
Anyways, cute little high schoolers. I assume they're high schoolers. Oh my God. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. I was Catholic, so we would never do this. Catholics never do this. That's what I'm saying. Like, we are not the same. Catholics would never, okay? Would never. You know what I mean? Ow. Oh, fuck. Oh, I just twisted my leg. I really, genuinely, I told my partner last night, I was like, I really wish I would know what my life could be like if I wasn't chronically ill. But holy shit, I'm going to need it. I think I might need a hip replacement when I'm older. The way I think I've damaged my left leg is crazy. It twists and then it feels like I break it, but it's not. Okay. All right. Okay, let's do this. This is a really interesting video. So interested to know what you guys think about this. Once again, let's talk about community, because I know on this, channel, we've talked a lot about Chelsea Fagan's recent journey with like hosting people and having people over. And I have not enjoyed this series from her. I usually enjoy her work deeply, and I have not been enjoying it. I've actually been very frustrated about it, as it feels very tone deaf. Here is another perspective on why I feel like her work has recently felt very tone deaf to me from a man's perspective, an Indian man's perspective. And I think it's really, really cool the way that he kind of like shares some of my similar thoughts on it. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know.
An Indian man in the US, I saw a story. An Indian man in the US said his neighbor died alone in his home. Nobody knew. Instantly, people from collectivist culture said, back home, that would never happen. The report really got to me. It made me miss home. Honestly, it's more complicated than that, because many of us left those same collectivist systems because they hurt us as well. It's messy, and it's one of the biggest conundrums many of us will ever face. I'll say this up front. I actually like individualistic culture. I like my privacy. I like my decisions being my decisions. I like not having 27 relatives checking my WhatsApp last seen to diagnose everything I say and do. In fact, I live a very unconventional life. I wouldn't have most parts of it if I was still living in a collectivist family system. The funny thing is that I actually do have community here. A chosen one. People who care, support, and show up for me. More than what many folks have. I'm an introvert, so I think something. But sometimes I miss the old familiar chaos. The way immediate family back home brought me things and did things when many times I didn't even know I wanted them. Somehow they did. There's a real irony here. When that used to happen in the past, I'd get annoyed because nobody asked for consent. Thanks for being there for me and my problems, but also can you not force me to deal with it the way you want me to? This is where the conflict hits. Some of us miss collectivist care, but we also carry trauma from collectivist control. Some of us grew up with love, but mixed with judgment, surveillance, emotional blackmail, gossip networks that run faster than 5G, and boundaries treated like optional settings. We escape. We choose individuality. We choose privacy. We choose peace. But then we get to hyper-individualistic societies and meet the other extreme. People passing away unnoticed, people grieving alone, people carrying pain with no witness. Suddenly, we're homesick for a system that also hurt us. Historically, collectivist cultures from ancient India to East Asia to many African societies were built on interdependence and survival. Shared land, shared labor, shared danger. No one lived alone because no one survived alone. Individualism came later, during the European Enlightenment, when philosophers said the individual mind is the center of truth. Now, many of us global wanderers stand between the two extremes, holding both gratitude and grief. We love the freedom, we hate the loneliness. We crave community, we fear the baggage. We don't want surveillance disguised as care. We don't want abandonment disguised as autonomy. We do the only thing left. We create chosen family. Voluntary collectivism. Community with boundaries. Connection without control. In a perfect world, I wish we all had a switch, Collectivist mode, please take care of me today. Individualist mode, everyone disappear immediately. Independent enough to breathe. Connected enough to not collapse. Be gentle with yourself.
Okay, I 100% vibe with that idea. Now, I don't know. His channel is called Self Growth, so I'm not sure if he's like a coach or something like that. I'll link him in the chat. I don't know anything more about his content. I don't know if he's selling you a course, but I'll generally say that this sentiment rings very true for me. I always call myself I always feel like I'm middle. I'm in the middle, okay? You're not you're not American enough, but you're also not Assyrian enough. You're not, and when I say American, I mean like Americanized, right? Like my parents were the rebels of their family and they left their collectivist bubble to be part of the American bubble, which made them independent and individual. But also I left my parents' bubble to be more independent and individual, but I craved community my whole life. And so that made me join a bunch of chosen family bubbles, but the chosen family never got along with each other. And it made me realize my chosen family wasn't a group of people. It was an individual to individual relationship with singular people, which then made me realize that I actually do really poorly in collectivist societies. And yet I think the world would be a little bit better if we were more like that. But then I think the world suffers because then we all have to be on the same page in some regard. And then that discounts like the individual unique experience of the consciousness. And then it's like this whole thing that happens that gets a little bit more confusing when all is, said and done. Like Chelsea often says like, oh, everybody wants a village and no one wants to be a villager. Yeah, because like it's hard to be a village when your creepy uncle is invited to the get together or your homophobic aunt is there or XYZ. So it's like, yeah, I want to be in a collective with you, but also every group of friends I've ever had as an adult always breaks up because somebody does something horrible. My first group of friends out of high school, my first group of friends in high school, I was bullied out of high school because somebody lied about me. My second group of high school, everything was cool, but then people started sleeping with each other's husbands. Shit, hit the fan. People were drinking too much. I was like, I don't want to be here. My third group of friends was great until everybody who was dating broke up. And then all of a sudden we didn't know who to hang out with because we were all hanging out as couples. And then so on and so forth. Every group that started was great when it started. So much fun when it started, but eventually real life came in. You know what group activities feel like? Dating. You're dating somebody and the first time you're dating, it's amazing. We're having a great time. We love it. 7 months in, all the real stuff starts to hit. And you're like, oh, I don't know if I like you. Same with friends. Oh my God, I love you. I'm getting along with you. We're so in tune. Let's hang out and go to events together. A year in, you're like, wait a second. What do you believe? Wait a second. What do you think? So it's like one group after another. And so it became like really difficult for me. So now in this era of my life, as you guys know, I'm not much of a community person in that traditional sense, meaning like I don't have a group of friends to hang out with. I have individuals I'm friends with and I meet with those friends individually. Those groups of people in a room together would not get along. They wouldn't. Even if like I take all the progressive people and put them in a room, they would get along, but they probably wouldn't vibe. Like they probably wouldn't become friends, which is so valid, right? Because they don't have to be. They're friends with me. But when sometimes I do miss that feeling of being in the family group chat as an example. I'm not in it. Ever since I moved to Croatia, I don't get text messages on my phone to be in the family group chat, and the family group chat hasn't transferred to a WhatsApp. And even if it did, I don't know that I'd want to be a part of it, given the whole MAGA situation right now. But I kind of miss it. I kind of miss people in my business, or I kind of miss being in their business. And sometimes I'm like, you're in my business too much, get out. And then sometimes there's like this part of it that I think is so hard for people because like we want to be helpful, but we also want to have boundaries. We want to have boundaries, but we also want to be helpful, you know? And yeah, just as we miss when it's good, we miss when it's good. And when it's good, it's so good. When it is good, it is so good. When my siblings and I are having an amazing time, it is the best time. Okay? The other day, my farm brother and gay brother, they're together right now. Gay brother's living with farm brother. They called me at the same time on like video. And right away, they're so annoying. Right away, it was just like fucking laughing. Like, cause I lectured my farm brother about like how he's raising the kids. And I was like, you can't do this. And then he was like, called me. He's like, don't worry. I'm doing this, this, and this. And he reassured me. He's really trying to break a generational curse. And then the gay brother was there. We're all laughing. And I'm like, you're so stupid, bro. And then we all started like, it was just loud and obnoxious and laughing. And then they were like, we miss you. We miss you. Don't you miss us? And I was like, yeah, I miss you. Like, yeah, I'd love to be with you. I'd love to come to your fucking conservative town and hang out with you and have fun. But at the same time, like, I just can visit. I can't actually live there because, you know, eventually it's going to get uncomfortable. But I appreciate the reassurance. I appreciate that I can message my brother and say like, hey, I don't know about this. And he can be like, hey, I hear you. Valid. Thank you. I agree. We're working on it, you know? And also for the gay brother to be like, hey, don't worry. Like, I'm here too. And I'll definitely like, you know, it's like, yeah, I miss that. Of course I miss that. But also what options do we have, right? Chet says, do you ever think it's healthy to keep friends and partners separate? I think it's unhealthy to force them together. I don't know that it's healthy to keep them apart. That would raise a red flag to me, but I think it's okay to not force them to be friends, which I think is often the forcing that happens. Like, please be friends with my partner, which in my 20s, for the record, my partners were always friends with my friends because we were all friends with each other. Most of the time in my 20s, people I dated were people I was friends with first. Okay? So it wasn't that weird for that to happen, you know? But generally, it just depends on how you meet your partner, who's already friends with your partner. But like, my bestie came to visit and my sister came to visit, but I wouldn't say that they're going to be friends with my partner. Like, they have nothing in common. They wouldn't get along like that. You know what I mean? It wouldn't make sense. But they're friendly. But they're not going to be friends with my partner. But if they were vibing, if they were like, oh my God, are you like, you know, then it'd be fine. But I think forcing it is the issue. Yeah, no, I can understand. Maybe if you're like a Chelsea Fagan, you kind of want your friends and partners to all be friendly so you can have group dynamic dinners, right? Isn't that the whole point of the couples dating, the double date? Yeah, come on a double date. Is that what it's called? You know, maybe that's a part of that. Or even like your partner getting along with your family, right? Like, I don't think families understand how much effort it can take from a person who's never been raised in this culture and in this family to then all of a sudden feel comfortable with you. Like, I'll be real, though my partner did really well with some of my brothers, I do not think my partner and my parents would get along. I think they would play polite. And I think both my partner and my parents would fake nice their way through dinner. But to be honest with you, like, they would have to literally talk about nothing real to avoid any of the fighting. Because ultimately, my partner isn't going to let my parents say some transphobic shit and get away with it. Like, my partner is going to let my parents say some shit and get away with it. And ultimately, I'm not going to do that either at this point in my life. I'm not there to make the peace anymore. If I'm at your house and you say some transphobic or gay fucking anti-gay shit in front of me, I'm gonna, you know, and it's not that, by the way, you have to imagine that all of my life, I've always been opinionated with my face or with my opinions, but I've also gone through stages of, quote, like, I'm not going to pick a fight with you over this. And I agree with that, but I think you pick and choose. So again, it's not black and white. It's not like, oh, every time I hear someone say shit that I'm going to start a fight over it, but also, I'm not going to stop my partner from starting shit. Because in the past, I have requested to my partners, like, please don't start shit with my parents. I will start shit with my parents, but don't start with shit with my parents. But now that I'm married, it feels like you may start shit because, like, it's different when your boyfriend cannot start shit with your parents. I'm sorry. Your boyfriend. It just feels like super disrespectful, like, in a weird way. Like, maybe that is my Assyrian background, but doesn't that feel so fucking weird to be like, this is my boyfriend and he's about to lecture my fucking father? I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. But my partner, hey, this is my married partner. This is like my lifelong partner. Like, we're adults now. You know, it just sounds silly. I can't. But maybe that's also because I never really respected anybody I dated. Which they knew, by the way. I was always very honest with the people I was dating. Like, I do not respect you. But I love you. Do you want to change so I can respect you? You know what I mean? But I respect my partner enough to let them speak their piece. And also, we're doing life together. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I hope that answers your question. Either way, I really like the sentiment, though, of recognizing how beautiful community can be and also recognizing how important your independence can be. I never want you to feel like you're dependent on people because I believe like you would have to be in such a rare position for that to be true. And if you went to therapy and did the work and did philosophical work, you could liberate yourself from that dependence, right? Like that codependence. I know a lot of people write me and say like, Britt, like I feel stuck. I feel like I have to live with my parents. I'm disabled. I'm this. Valid. But also, if it is coming at the expense of your joy, I feel like you have one chance at life, and I'm an optimist. There is a way. I don't know what it is, but there has to be. For you to be the statistical probability of there being no other option would be so rare. And I think I'm getting too many messages from people for it to be the rarity. For somebody, for sure. Definitely. The question is, are you really that person? Or do you just like think you are because you don't know you have choices? Which is a big part of it. Because again, I never want you to feel like I'm discounting how hard your life is. And I also want you to know that because we're biological creatures and we're so flawed, we do have a tendency not to know we have options until we do, which is why we educate ourselves. Because until you know you have options, you wouldn't even think it was possible, you know? So I just want you to make sure that it's not possible before you write it off completely, right? Discord said telling someone you don't respect them, but they want to stay anyways, diabolical work. Well, I think when I tell men this in particular, they see it as a challenge. And I think they see it as like, I don't know what to call it. Like I was wrong and they wanted to prove me wrong almost. And I wanted them to prove me wrong, by the way. Right? Like I wanted them to prove me wrong. You know what I mean? Because I wanted to be with them, or the version of them that I thought they could be, or the version of them when things were good. Like when things were great and I loved being with them, I was like, can't you be this person all the time? Why can't you be this person all the time? We're getting along great. Everything's perfect. We're so in love. Why can't we be these people all the time, right? Yeah, something like that. Discord said sometimes too, you don't realize someone doesn't respect you until they say something a certain way and you're like, oh, damn, okay, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Like you think you're in a relationship, you think you're equal partners, you think you're on the same page, and then they say something. Actually, I realized my dad didn't respect my job or even my sister's job, which is so interesting. When I was hanging out with my grandpa, and my dad's dad. I was hanging out with my grandpa and my dad's dad. And my grandpa goes, how is everybody? How's everyone's jobs and stuff? And my dad starts rattling off all of the sons. Oh, so-and-so's doing this job and so-and-so's doing this job. He completely skips over the girls. And I was like, I was working full time for myself. Like my sister is college educated and was working full time in her field. And my dad just completely doesn't mention their jobs. And I was like, well, we're doing this. And my grandpa and my dad were like, oh yeah, that's nice. And I was like, there was like I was like, oh, there's like, you know, they don't see it though. I'm like, they think our jobs are cute. Like, oh, that's cute. And I'm like, and it, you know, and I get it because they think we're supposed to get married one day and have babies one day. And our husband is supposed to be the person who works. But yeah, it's like, that's the kind of stuff that you see growing up that you're like, and this is why I don't want to be a part of this bubble, this collective. Because damn, even with all the work that we do, it's like, oh, that's cute. That's nice. It's like, oh, girl, Chess says, was that the case with men and women? I feel like men tend to be more prideful and want to prove you wrong, but women might be more likely not to date someone who doesn't, someone who would say that to their face. When I dated women or non-binary people or AFAB people, or depending on whoever I was dating, they were incredibly accomplished. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've dated a girl that wasn't a boss bitch. You know what I mean? Boss bitch, not derogatory. You know what I mean? I've never really dated, I can't think of somebody. Maybe I forgot I dated somebody, but like, I think every single non-binary or AFAB or woman or, you know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? So I didn't need to ever say, I never had criticism really. Like, I mean, I had criticism over certain things, but I never really like needed to be like, I don't really respect you. There was one girl in my early 20s that I told her like, hey, you have to deconstruct the racism your dad raised you with for sure for us to continue dating. But more than that, we just weren't compatible. But she was very, that was like something she was obviously working on type thing, but she was independent. She was working. She was a manager. She had a career focus. She was very generous. Like, you know, she's very locked in. So, I mean, there were like little things like that. Like, hey, I'm dating you. We need to like deconstruct this relationship with this and this, which made sense. Like we all came from our backgrounds, but I never had a partner other than the men that I dated. You know, these two, sorry, let me rephrase. I have also dated successful men and I've also dated responsible men, but they were never long-term partnerships. So to be fair, I've dated, if you guys count like people I've dated for a few months or more, I've dated like 6, 7, 8 people. But if you count the relationships in which I, in my mind, considered in any capacity, like a long-term relationship with, and or they met my parents, there's like maybe 4 people who were even close to that. But the reason I never tell a lot of stories about the girls I date is because they were pretty good. Even when they were bad. Even when they ended bad, they were pretty okay. Like even the one that ended like really tragically to me was pretty good. It hurt my feelings, but like it was pretty good. You know, that's why I talk about the boys so much. They were really, guys, they really put me through it. These 2 men really fucking put me through it. They were like core memory learning, like every bad sign, every lesson I need to learn came out of those 2 relationships. So yeah, that's the only reason I don't talk about girls that much, because they were pretty good. You know? Yeah. Okay, so let's move on. Shout out to the individual versus the collective. I just really liked this video and I thought it was really nice to talk about, especially in comparison to Chelsea Fagan's like conversation about like, oh, nobody knows how to be a village anymore. Yeah, well, some of us have very interesting villages. Okay, lady. Okay, God bless Chelsea Fagan. I usually do like her work. I just really didn't like this recent series. Okay, I want to end on this note because I find this topic just so interesting, and YouTube was like, Brittany, you should watch this video. And I was like, okay. Rewilding Jude. I love the name Jude. Love the name Jude, okay? Rewilding Jude. Do we know this YouTuber? Anybody know this person? Okay, anybody know this person? They made a video. Let me see. I can't, where's a picture of their face? Here they are. They made a video called Is This Really the Good Life? And basically it's commentary on buying a cottage and living out in the wild. You know, I always say this, you wanting to escape into the woods in a cottage is not the answer to capitalism, because your joy might not be found there. And so this romanticization that Instagram and YouTube has created around like living in the woods and having a cottage, that's beautiful, girls, but is it any different than a hustle bubble talking about boys owning yachts and Bugattis? Like, you know, not to be gendered about it, but girls want to own cottages and boys want to own Bugattis. And I'm just saying, like, can we please really make sure this is our joy, not just something we're escaping? You know what I mean? Like, to. So this video here, is this really the good life? I don't know. Let's watch. I have it on 1.25, but if we need to change it, I will. Here we go. Vibes
I've
already.
learned a lot about myself since I started over in the Scottish countryside. I was in search of a slower, more sustainable way of life, and it turns out I'm more resilient than I realised. I'm a better problem solver, and I'm a lot more practical than I used to be. I've grown my own food, repurposed piles of old junk, and slowly started bringing myself back to life.
Ooh, you guys say you're subscribed. Are they a they, them? Some people are calling them them, and some people are not. Is Judah they, them, or he, him? I don't know their pronouns, but I love the name. For the record, love the name Jude.
But I have completely failed at slow living. My self-worth has been tied to my productivity levels for so long that separating them feels almost impossible. And when you live in a giant work in progress, it's very difficult to see anything but one big to-do list. I can't remember the last time I went on a proper walk. I haven't made bread in months, and there's been a distinct lack of nutritious meals lately. I can almost hear the lecture about priorities my mum would give me if she was still alive, but sadly, this is a lesson I've got to learn on my own.
Oof, vibes. Great filming already. Cute. By the way, this is so much more work than I do on an average day in terms of going outside. So just a reminder, every time I thought I was going to do van life or own a trailer or live on a farm, I had a rude awakening of like how much physical labor it was and how much like you have to do in a day. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so much. That's why I want you to deconstruct this dream of having this life and just making sure it's your joy and not your fantasy. And P.S., I did grow up with parents who had 5 acres. My dad did build a chicken coop for the chickens. We did have chickens. We had pigs. We had llamas. We had horses. My parents were like ill-equipped to start this kind of a farm. They were definitely city folk who wanted to have like fun in the country. But eventually they got rid of all the animals and focused on, they rehomed them. They didn't kill them or something. And we ended up just, having chickens or just having dogs or just having cats. Because realistically, like, we're not farm people, okay? Having a farm is a very different experience, right? Versus my brother, who has a small farm for his family. I will link this video in the chat for those who need it. You know what I mean? And my brother, who has a small farm, it's just for his family, and it's a lot of effort, and it costs a lot of money. There is a cost to it. So just remember that. Like the music and the vibes, they're so great that even I'm like, oh, I want to do this. But what's so funny? I make bread so often, I don't even think about it because it takes me 20 seconds to make it. I make bread from scratch all the time. Don't even think about it that much. But when I see these videos, it makes me go like, oh, I want this life. But the truth is, well, first we'd have to have this life by having the land. And 2, do I want this life? Because I can barely get outside to walk. And by barely, I mean I never do. I cannot find time in my day. My partner and I talked about this yesterday. I said, okay, lock in with me, please. I'm so chronically ill and I'm so sick. What is the ideal sleep time for me? And we did a calculation, and the most ideal sleep time for Brittany, truly, if I wanted to rest to the fullest capacity, according to my doctors, is 12 hours in bed a day. And I said, I can't fucking do that. I can't do that. But that's true. That's the truth of it. The truth of it is my doctor says he wants me to get 9 hours of sleep a night, and it takes me 2 hours to fall asleep and about an hour to wake up. That is at least a 12-hour journey. Who has fucking time for that? And I already work 12 hours. I work noon to midnight. So what's going to get cut? And when am I going to spend time with my partner? And when am I going to have time to do my hair? And when am I going to have time to go for a walk? And when am I going to have time to do this? And so people always think like, oh, you work for yourself. You have your own farm. You do YouTube. What does that matter if every day, you know what I mean? If you're like sleeping or if you're doing these things. So like, yeah, like this idea of getting 9 hours, like 9 hours, like, you know what I mean? Not to mention that, what about the nights you don't sleep? Or what about the nights you can't go to sleep? What about the nights your brain is rushing? What about the nights you want to stay up and be romantic and watch all of Vinland Saga with your partner? And so you don't go to bed till 6 a.m. And then for the next 2 weeks, your sleep schedule is completely fucked. It was worth it, but I'm still suffering from that decision. But it was such a romantic night. We were having so much fun and oh my God. And then I got to talk about it on stream.
It's a damp and grey day. I've been feeling a bit under the weather and I'm in between projects. So I'm going to spend the day doing some of the small things that I just haven't been making time for lately. Set timer, 45 minutes. 45 minutes, counting down. My rescue hens are finally regrowing some of their feathers just in time for the cold weather.
Exactly, chat. There's no days off on the farm. There's no day offs on the farm, kids. Exactly. Rain, snow, sunshine, whatever. There are no days off. Exactly. That's what people don't get. There's no days off, girls. So this romanticization of like, I'm going to own a farm and it's going to be so chill and everything's going to be so great. There is no day off, girls. Okay? Oh, Chess is great. I just want to check in. What are your pronouns? Because I've been using they, them to refer to you, but I'm not sure if that's right. Honestly, girlies, I'm experimenting and I feel comfortable with all of the pronouns right now. Well, the three main ones, I suppose. I don't know that I mind either of the other ones either. They, them, him, her, all of that stuff's fine. Yeah, I feel pretty okay with all of them, to be honest. I'll let you know if it changes, but right now, everything feels pretty good. Everything feels right. Thank you for asking.
Never expected chickens to be such good pets, but spending time with them might be my favorite part of the day.
I love chickens. They're so cute. Chickens are so fucking cute. Especially like my brother gets all the like coolish looking chickens. Like they're so pretty and they're the cutest little chickens ever. But also, PS, guys, this is, to some vegans, this is not okay. Because some vegans believe philosophically that the eggs are for the chickens and they eat their nutrients back because like chickens eat their own eggs, right? So like if you're plant-based or if you're vegan, this isn't your life. You know what I mean? You can be a vegan that houses animals because they're cute, but to utilize their eggs to live off their labor for some vegans is a no-go, right? Yes, chat says, I wonder if people in the future will romanticize office life. I think it's going to start soon. Everyone doing their whole like I'm offline thing, everyone who's talking about like I'm not online anymore, yeah, they're going to start romanticizing office life. It's going to happen. Yeah. You know that guy who had the regular 9 to 5 and everybody loved him and then he quit to do content full time and everybody hated him? They were romanticizing the 9 to 5. It's back in, girls. A 9 to 5 sounds beautiful because think about it this way. Who here can afford to have simply a 9 to 5? Most people have 2 jobs now, right? That's what it feels like. So there is now going to be a switch where everyone will romanticize, oh, I work 9 to 5. 5 days a week, baby. Weekends off. My friends who work 5 days a week with weekends off, that's amazing to me. I sit here and I think in 2 to 5 years, I might get weekends off. Because I only get 1 day off and it's not, we definitely should be having 2 days off, guys. We should all be getting 2 days in a row off. And the fact that we don't is crazy. We need time to recoup. We need the first day to sleep and do the chores in the house and the second day to really recoup and then go back to work. But I can't even afford it. And I am a YouTuber. You know, how do you think other people feel when they don't even get to choose their day off, right? Crazy.
You're all such good chicks. We've gone from the well being dry and there not being any running water to all of the water butts overflowing incredibly quickly. The worst thing about this bread, which is just a simple seedy overnight no knead, is you have to wait an hour before you cut it. And that is difficult because the smell of fresh bread is incredible.
The best. The best.
It looks a bit wonky close up, but I feel like if you squint, it could be an artisanal loaf in a bakery shop window, if the window was steamed up and you were standing on the other side of the road. I've run out of batch cooked meals and I've eaten cereal for dinner more times than I care to admit lately, and that needs to change.
Honestly, I miss cereal. A lot of the cereals aren't vegan, though some of them are, but I miss there's a lot of cereal I miss. So honestly, shout out to a cereal dinner.
So I'm making some soup. 1 onion, 3 cloves of garlic, 1 cup of dry red lentils, 2 large carrots. I don't think this recipe realises quite how large my homegrown carrots were. This entire bag is 2 carrots, and it weighs almost 2 kilos.
Whoa!
Something I forget on an embarrassingly regular basis is just how much better I feel when I eat good home-cooked food, and yet it's the first thing that I stop doing when I'm busy or stressed.
Definitely. It just takes so much time, you know? Ooh, wait, chat says, Britt, have you tried Chobani milk? You know, the yogurt brand? It's so close to real milk for cereal purposes. Ooh, I will check that out because right now I've only found one milk. It's really expensive, so I can't afford to buy it most of the time. I will take a note of that. That tastes like close to real milk, so I can use it in cereal without it changing too much of the taste. But it's like $4 for like a liter or whatever. And I'm like, girl, that's a lot of money. When my normal oat milk, I get like a Hef, what is it called? Hef milk, whatever in German. It's oat milk, but I get it for like €1.95 or €1.60, right? And then the difference between that and $4, and I'm like, hello. So yeah, I'll look into that because yeah. Vibes. Cute.
It stopped raining and I've come outside to do a couple of the jobs I've been putting off for far too long. Like planting and harvesting, some things have to be done at certain times, but aside from that, all of the pressure I'm under is entirely my own doing. Would it be nice to build another 8 raised beds before the snow arrives, to put in more fruit trees and more rainwater collection, to widen the driveway and repaint the living room? Yes.
Ugh.
Will the world end if some of those things don't happen? Probably not. I've always been like this, and it turns out it takes more than a change of location to unlearn the habits of a lifetime.
True.
Hey, Chuk Chuks.
Does Jude live alone? Does anybody know? Or do they have a family?
Hey, Chuk Chuks. That's my finger. You can't have that. I'd completely forgotten about these spring onions. They're a bit worse for wear, but I'm sure I can clean them up and use them for something.
Definitely. See, I'm lucky that I love veggies. I am obsessed with veggies and I do so well with veggies. And it's interesting, the local store we have near us, it's very like, I don't want to say it this way because I think that's the wrong way to say it, but it's kind of like, it almost feels like farm to table in a sense because sometimes the vegetables will have like dirt on them. The potatoes will be like, you could just like full of soil. Everything feels like they just plucked it from the ground, put it in a box and shipped it to the store. And sometimes the produce is amazing and sometimes the produce is absolutely disgusting. And so it's like very interesting. It's a smaller store. So it like Croatia sometimes feels like if you're not shopping at the big stores, the little ones can feel very almost organic, so organic that the vegetables are bad. You know what I mean? But it's nice at the same time. Then there's of course the like more expensive health store that like sells veggies that are like organic-y, but like also very expensive. And I'm like, slow down there, buddy. And then you can go to the big stores like a Walmart or something, or Walmart's probably bad. Winco, like a Winco, you can go to like a place like that and the vegetables are like, there's options. But give me some vegetables that look like you just plucked it out of the ground and I got it. You know, I'm here for it.
For small onions, these are strong.
Discord said, I think Jude lives alone. All right, what a life. What a single life. Interesting.
I'm really enjoying dehydrating.
Oh my God, I was like, are they dehydrating the onions? Oh, very cool. I love a dehydrated cabinet. I love a dehydrator. We have a dehydrator. I love a dehydrator.
It makes food take up a lot less space. This was a 500-gram bag of frozen onions.
Whoa.
There was a power cut here the other night, and while it only lasted half an hour, the life of everything in my freezer flashed before my eyes.
Oh,
and it was a
no.
good reminder why I'm teaching myself different ways to preserve food.
Whoa. Okay, you know what's interesting? Because Chet said doing this alone would be hard. Okay, you know what's interesting? I'm slightly convinced it would be easier. And I'm slightly convinced because I've seen people in my life who do it alone. A part of me knows, and I talk to my partner about this openly, a part of me knows I get more done alone. You know why? Because I'm a talker. I'm a talker. And even though I like the help, I get so much done when I'm by myself. Holy shit, it's incredible. I can do so much when I'm alone. It's like the most amazing experience, right? But when I'm with people, I don't want to do nothing. I literally don't want to do anything when I'm with people. I just want to sit and talk and like play footsie or something. It's the worst. It's the worst part of my personality. Friends, family, none of them motivate me to do anything. But when I'm alone, oh, I get everything done. Move over. Move over. Okay? And I love my partner. But I always tell them, I was like, you're the reason I never get the pod out on time realistically. Because if you weren't in my life, all of those extra hours a day I spend with you would just be put into this pod and everything would be out on time. But I try to dedicate time to spending time with them. I try to be with them. I try to focus. I try to like value them, you know? But the truth is like those 4 or 5 hours a day, let's say they get an hour bedtime, an hour in the morning, and like a couple hours throughout the day. Let's say we spend 3 to 4 hours a day just with each other, right? And then I have to go to work 3 to 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what you know? Chet says, I get stuff done when I'm listening to a yapper. I call my sis to be my podcast. Okay, then I'll be editing the podcast. And my sister says, hey, do you got 20 minutes to talk? And that 20 minutes turns into 50 minutes. And then I'm like, but I can't get anything done because everything I have to get done is on the computer. Because my responsibility is like that. But if I was a farmer, then I could talk to my sister while I was doing stuff. You know? Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard place to be. This is why I say community is difficult. Community is such a beautiful thing. Connection with people is such a beautiful thing. But also, what a distraction. But this is why I think, like, if I had a hyperbolic time chamber, oh my God. You know, that's why I say I almost want to, like, tune everybody out in my life. Like, be like, guys, nobody talked to me for 2 years. But the truth is that, like, I would miss you. And I would miss the updates. And I would miss all this, you know what I mean? I would miss everything. So then that doesn't make sense. But then sometimes I recognize that the sacrifice or the beautiful burden of being in a community or having a community you like is not getting everything done quickly. It's getting everything done eventually. So now the philosophy I live by is like 1 foot at a time. It will be done eventually. But realistically, there are other priorities. There are other responsibilities, you know? And that's just what it is. But sometimes I wish I could just get it done. But you can't. Just like the purse guy. You remember the house purse guy? He said because his life was so busy, it took him a year to make this purse. But it was like kind of a beautiful testament to how life goes, you know? It is what it is.
I know I could run the leaves over with my lawnmower and it would take a fraction of the time, but I really enjoy raking them, and you've got to get your joy where you can.
I know I could use my lawnmower, but you got to get your joy where you can. Oh, I like that.
Most of the leaves will end up in my leaf mold bin, and I'll let them rot down and use them to mulch the vegetable garden with at some point in the future.
Smart.
But I'm going to put a few bags of them in the chicken run to try and stop it getting too muddy and swampy when the rain comes from certain directions over the winter.
Nice.
I brought you a present. The chickens are relatively easy to please. They won't eat any of the garden scraps that I give them, but they love to root around in anything that I put in the run.
Cute.
I don't know if the chickens care, but these dark evenings are not my favorite.
Oh, wait, Discord has lore. When they moved into the Croft, a plot of rented land that you work and live on, it was after their parents had died and they closed their business and stuff. Oh, so this is the lore on Jude? Is this Jude's lore? Oh, I get it. Okay.
Favorite, and the clocks only went back 4 days ago. So there's more sleep time for you. Yeah. This is Scraggy. She's my favorite. Don't tell the others. Those are my wellies. Don't peck those. There are beak marks in them.
Okay, so how many of you guys right now feel better watching this video? Does anyone feel calm? Does anyone feel a certain way? Does anyone feel neutral? Do you guys feel better? Do you guys feel like, oh yeah, this is what life is supposed to be? You know, it reminds me a little bit of the Michael Burns video we watched the other day where he said, unplug, fight capitalism. This feels like what that video was meant to make us feel, which is really hard because this video isn't talking about politics or capitalism, but I think it says more than any video could a little bit, you know? Like, this is a nice life to me. This feels really good, and this feels really beautiful, and it's not the details of the life, by the way. It's the energy of the life, you know? Like, I do think this is what people are supposed to be doing, but not in the conservative way. I mean, they're supposed to be living a life that allows them to not think about ways to hurt or be bigoted towards people, that allows them to do things that feel silly, like raking leaves, but it fulfills their joy. It allows them to care for other living creatures. It allows them, yes, chat, to move at their own pace. Like, it allows them to breathe, because I think that's what we want, right? Like, we want to feel like our labor is worth it. And even Jude said that they had been struggling the last little while to make bread, to do things, and they were busy. So there's also the regular tension in their life that they feel, right? They also said, right, that there's a struggle here. So it's not that it's without struggle. It's just the struggle might feel better worth it. But also you might feel the same emotions of like, why don't I feel good? And why is it? So it's not about running away from your life and having Jude's life. It's about, oh, you know what? After this, let me show you a video I want to show you about living a life that fulfills you as a person in a way that's truly honest. I think we're looking for honesty, right? We're trying to be honest. And right now, none of us feel like, is this really what I want? Again, it's really hard to be honest. You know, something about One Piece that stands out to me is Luffy demands from his crew that they're honest with him. Say what you want. Say what you mean. Because often there will be, without spoilers, there will be situations in which the crew will say something they don't mean because they don't want to burden their friends. Or they'll say something they don't mean because they're too afraid to say what they really want. And Luffy makes a demand of them that say what you want. And then let's make it happen. But first you have to admit it. Say it. I'm not going to say it for you. Say it. And that's what I want for you. Say what you want. Not what you think you want, but what you truly, in the depth of your being and the most vulnerable part of your soul, say what you want. And then let's go for it. Not the shallow answers, I want a Bugatti. Not the shallow answer, I want a farm. What do you want? And this is what freed me and gave me a direction in my life. Before seeing One Piece, I really had to sit with myself and say, okay, Brittany, what do you want? What is going to make you joyful? You keep chasing all these dreams and all these hobbies and all these relationships and all these things. None of it is making you happy. None of it's making you joyful. None of it is stopping the suicidal thoughts. None of it is making it better. What do you want? And, you know, even though I found my answer, I still update myself as much as possible in that answer. I still sit with myself and ask myself, okay, is it still what you want? Right? Chad says, is that manifesting in a way? I don't know that I would count that as manifesting. It's about getting down to your root. Like, because you don't, I'm talking about before the manifestation, because manifestation isn't manifestation like you know what you want, but you're aiming for it. This isn't manifestation if that's what you mean. This is the opposite. You don't even know what to manifest yet. Before you start manifesting like what you want, right? It's like you go backwards. What do you actually want? Right? Yeah, correcting in your gut. Like we're so trained, guys. We're so fucking trained for someone else's happiness, for someone else's joy. What do we want? Is it what we've been trained for? Because that's possible. Like my farm brother, raised in a bubble, loved the bubble, lived in the bubble, joined the bubble. My brother he liked the training he got. It was perfect for him. Okay, he changed some things, but generally he never had to leave the bubble he was raised in. But not me, right? Chet says, how do you figure out what you want? Does it just come down to introspecting and asking yourself? Well, it doesn't just come down to anything because it depends on where your journey is going to take you. It's not going to look the same for everybody, but it's about learning who you are as a consciousness, Okay, introspection, everything within yourself. Extrospection, everything outside of yourself. Who am I when I'm alone with myself and I'm being honest with myself as a person? And who am I in relation to the world? And then how do I bring that into symbiosis, positive symbiosis, right? And that takes time and effort, and you have to go through a process. You have to earn your wisdom. Like, you have to earn getting to know yourself. You can't just go on a first date and know this is your person. You kind of have to get to know them. Even if you think this is your person, you still have to get to know them and make sure, is this the life you want? Sometimes it means going to college and getting a career and becoming a doctor only to realize you want to be a YouTuber. That's happened to a ton of people. Sometimes it means not figuring out what you want to do until you're 35. You know, it's a journey and it's going to look different for everybody. So be patient with yourself and love yourself through the process. And then, you know, instead of, you know, worrying about what you thought it should look like, accept what it ends up being. Like, you know, my whole life I thought I would have 6 kids, and unless I had kids, what was the point? And now I'm like, oh, I really love those kids, and I'm happy that some Brittany in some timeline had them. This is not real, but you know, metaphysically, emotionally, that's how I feel. But this Brittany in this lifetime didn't have those kids, but my joy still remained. Even if the world crumbles around me, that has nothing to do with me. Oops, I hit my mic too many times. Probably sounds horrible in your ears. Sorry, girlies. But you know, even if the world crumbles around me, my joy maintains. My joy used to be predicated on the world, and now it's predicated on my relationship to the world. So I will not be rocked because the world is rocked. I will be emotional. I will be angry. I will be sad. I will be human. But my sense of self won't be shattered because my sense of self for Brittany acknowledges that I am a biological creature on the planet and that I simply exist. And this is the observation of that existence, right? Okay, back to the video.
Making this fireplace slightly less flammable is one of the more important jobs on my to-do list. Burning down the cottage might speed up the renovation timetable, but it feels like it would involve a lot of admin.
Yum. Oh, I love a fireplace vibe.
It's
Hey,
amazing
Mouse.
how much better you feel after eating a bowl of homemade soup, having a sit down and not looking at your phone for half an hour. I'm sure there's a lesson in there somewhere.
No! I hate it. I get triggered when people are like, isn't your life better because you didn't look at your phone? It's just not relatable. And I'm not saying it can't be relatable for you, but I don't understand why you would say that while you're making content people have to watch on their phone. How are you saying take a break from the thing? That's like saying, oh, isn't it nice when you sit at home and you don't have to listen to music for 30 minutes? No. Isn't it nice when you get home and you don't have to look at a piece of art for 30 minutes? No. Like, why would it be the phone? You know what I mean? It just feels such a oxymoron. Like, why are we saying this? I would never be a YouTuber if I thought I was fucking up your life. Do you know what I mean? I don't believe in gambling and I don't believe in promoting gambling. That's why I don't do sponsorships with gambling companies. That's why I'm not a fucking gambling YouTuber. Okay? So like, God, I hope I create content that like is worth your 30 minutes, but also it's okay not to watch. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just hate that like association because what you're doing is you're making it sound like this video is not a good video to watch to decompress. Versus it's like a great video to watch. And also like it's a video you don't have to watch. And also, you know what I mean? Ugh.
See you next weekend.
Bye. I really liked this video. I'll link it again in chat so you can find Jude. I'm going to subscribe because it sounds like great decompression content / stuff to watch in the background. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. Okay, cute video. I really liked it. I'm going to like it. Yeah, there's something to be said about like your joy and finding that joy. Okay, let me go find these TikToks I wanted to show you while we talk about this. I love the vibes. I love the feelings of that video. I love the idea of just like being realistic too. Like obviously this is fueling Jude's joy, which means like realistically you could have Jude's life and still be not at peace. So remember that, right? Remember that idea. Okay, give me a second. It's gonna take a second to go through all these fucking TikToks to find it. Biddy-doo-doo, biddy-dee-dee, ba-da-da-doo-dee-dee, biddy-doo, biddy-doo-biddy-doo-biddy. Gonna find this video. Gonna find this video. This is one of the videos. And there is another video. Hold on. I'm just talking so people who are just listening don't think I disappeared. I'm still here, girl. I'm still here. I'm still gay. I'm still all the way. Gonna be gay. Gonna be hey. Gonna be. What is this? What is this? This is it. This is it. This is it. That's it. Fuck it. Let's just watch it. Let's just watch these videos. Let's just watch these videos. Okay. This one. This one. This one. Oh, not this one. This one. No. No. Okay, we'll watch these ones. Ready? Which one? This one. This one. Okay, we'll do it. Short to long. Short to long. Okay, ready? Let me set this up. Okay, girls, we're ready. Lock in. All right. Hold on. Let me just go to the chat really fast. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's see. Chad says, I wonder when it was the last time you took a substantial tech break. I know it's your job, but I think everyone would feel peace. That's very foreign to us now if we didn't have tech for a week plus. If you're asking me, so okay, I don't know how to explain this to you guys because I know for some people, like, okay, look, first, yes, for some people, y'all got to get off the fucking phone. It's the damn phone. This is, though, because people are bad at using the phone. Okay? Just because weed didn't work out for you does not mean weed is not working out for other people. Okay? Just because porn did not work out for you does not mean all of us are having the same relationship with porn. Okay? So I have been on the computer since I was like 12 years old. Okay? My dad got a home computer in that house and your girl was hooked. Prior to the computer, I got all my dad's old tech. Okay? My dad is a tech boy. Okay, what I got his cell phones, the big clunky ones with the big antennas. I got his rotary phones. I got his typewriters. I got his laptops. I got any piece of his cameras, any piece of technology that my dad was upgrading. I am the daughter who likes the technology without being like much of a tech girly. I just love technology. Okay, I loved having a blog. I had a newsletter when I was a kid. Okay, I understand that some people are having a different relationship with these things, but my first dollhouse my dad ever built me was out of an old computer shell. You know how your computer has a shell and the inside components go in that shell? We built my first Barbie house out of an old computer. So, okay, I understand that you're having and the world is having a relationship with technology that I am not having. I also understand I am having a relationship with technology that a lot of us are having. So I find that the best thing to do if you're overwhelmed with technology is just not to use it. Look, when I don't want to look at my phone, I don't. When TikTok is boring, I do something else, right? Like this thing for me is just like a thing I do because I want to, but like I don't have to do it. I do not feel addicted. I do not feel a pull to it. I do not care if it exists. Like, when my partner and I go for a walk, we don't look at our phones because why would we? When we go to restaurants to eat, our phones are not out, but we don't, guys, we do not choose. We do not say to ourselves, put away your phone. We just literally don't take them out. It's you have the addiction. We do not have the addiction. If you guys are struggling and you feel like you have to, we are not having that experience. Do you know what I'm saying? We are not having that experience. We don't have to, like, it's okay if you're having it. I'm so sorry you're going through that. That's so hard. But, like, we don't have to do that. And that's why I say, when I say I'm having a good relationship with my phone, it's because I literally am. And I wish you could have that relationship. Like, some of my friends can't. Like, some of my friends are like, Britt, I don't know how you do it. I literally, like, I have to have my phone. I'm like, I don't know, bro. It's just a phone. Like, I go half the time, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a phone. Like, but I say that, and I say I love the internet and I love videos, right? I also love my videos. I'm also one of those girls who has her phone on silent. So you know how many times my partner and I have lost our phones and we can't find it because we put it on silent? Oh, well. And then we just like, oh, well, what are you going to do? Like, we don't care. It's just a phone. It's just a computer. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I understand what you're saying, and I do take a break from my phone, but I'm saying I don't have to think about taking a break from my phone because I just do it. Because it's not a break. That's what I'm saying. Guys, I don't have to take a break from my phone. It's just because I don't, to take a break from something is like you're doing it too much. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I just sit on my couch and drink coffee and look outside for like 30, 40 minutes. Sometimes I just put my phone on the charger and then I walk around the house listening to music because it's what I want to do. So I'm saying, like, I would love for you to get to the place where you don't feel your phone is such a trap to you because you literally are just doing other things. Your internet isn't a trap. You just want to do other things. And also, while I say that to you, I listen to podcasts all day. So don't think you're better than me because you're like, I don't listen to podcasts all day. Okay, girl, well, I do and I like it. Because when I say I listen to podcasts all day, I'm also saying I obviously do also not listen to podcasts every day, all day. It's both things, guys, both things. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I start my day with a video and I end my day with a video. And also throughout my day, and not all days start with a video. I feel like people want you to be like, do you do the same thing every day? I don't know. It depends on the day. It feels like when you're with your friends and they're like, oh my God, are you on your phone again? You're like, oh, but I'm reading a book, so it's okay. Or, oh, I'm watching an educational video, so it's okay. It's just a phone. The phone doesn't mean anything. It doesn't symbolize anything. It's just a fucking thing. Okay? It's just a thing. You don't have to be like, oh, well, I use my phone to listen to educational stuff, so it's okay. I don't give a fuck if you're playing Animal Crossing. Is it making you joyful? Is it good for you? Because again, this romanticization of like, let's turn off the technology and go live on a farm. Do you not remember when our ancestors were on farms and we tried to get out of the farms to go to the cities to listen to get phones? You act like the farm had the answers. The farm might have the answers. Okay? Again, it's like this whole like, oh, my life is better. Listen to me. Okay? As a girly whose nieces and nephews are not being raised with pop culture, it's going to get really fucking weird when they're in their 20s. But it is what it is. Okay? They're being raised with some of the stuff, but ultimately, like, they're not going to get 6'7", 6'7". They're not going to get some things, and maybe that's good, maybe it's bad, maybe who knows what it is. Who knows what it is? Maybe my nieces and nephews will be better than other kids because they don't have their own computer. Or maybe they'll lose out and they'll be angry at their parents. Who knows? It's like, yeah, bragging that like, oh, kids aren't allowed to watch TV or whatever. Like, girl, shut up. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, my kids don't watch TV. Okay, well, your kids sound like they're going to miss out. But like, if you're like a parent who like their kids are always on TV, then sure, like we'll have a conversation about it. But this whole like, I'm better than you because I don't watch TV. I'm so bored. Like, come on. You know what I mean? I can't believe we waited all this time for fucking feminism and liberation so we can actually get access to information. And you're like, no. Girl, you know the TV is for more than watching Ren and Stimpy. You can watch documentaries. You can watch cartoons that build bonds with you and your kids. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a device that you can make do whatever you want. Okay? And also memes with kids and growing up with shows is like nostalgia, and like all these things are really important for kids. That's why parents who love Pokemon as an adult share with their kids now and their kids get excited. Like my nieces and nephews love Pokemon, love Nintendo Switch, love Smash, like love certain things because they're building the connection with their parents. Okay? So again, I think it's wrong if you're on TV 24/7. If you're Matilda, you know the family on Matilda that's like always locked into the TV and they hate reading and they hate exploration. Sure, that's bad. But it's not bad because they have a TV. The TV isn't what made them bad. It's how they utilize the TV. Okay? So I hope that answered your question, right? Like this concern or like, because people will tell me this. They'll be like, oh, I'm really like with peace and love. Well, people are concerned I'm on my phone too much. You guys are sleeping with married men. Well, you guys are so worried I'm on my phone too much. You're literally transphobic. Well, you guys are worried I'm on my phone too much. You guys are literally spreading STIs. Okay, shut up. Thank you. With peace and love. That's what it feels like. It feels like, well, you're all busy using your phone to cheat on your partners. I'm using it to learn how to deconstruct. Peace and love. Thank you. Anyways, I don't mean to take this much energy at you, commenter, with peace and love. It's just like that commentary is usually coming from very not, you know, people who don't even know how to get their life in together. You know what I mean? Not you, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, thank you. Let's watch this video.
Your house and show me your favorite 5 fashion pieces.
Of course I will. Welcome to my house. The house is filled with funny, wonderful things that I have found all over the world. And they seem to like each other and they work.
What's this artwork right here?
A wonderful guy called Carl Mann, ex-boyfriend of mine. If ex-boyfriends are talented, I like to collect a piece of work. This is ex-boyfriend, and so is that. You can see there are 2 different ex-boyfriends. I love things with attitude.
How long you been living here?
I don't do time, I don't do age. I want to show you where I have my collection.
Wow, you got everything over here. How long you been collecting for?
A long time.
What's your fashion take?
Whatever a person really likes and wants to acquire, it's because there's something in the piece itself that speaks to them.
Show us your favorite 5 fashion pieces.
You know, it's hard to say favorite 5. I'm going to say some favorites. So, you know, I love things with a lot of beading. So I don't have to put them on. I have to look at things that I like. And that's why everything is out in the open. These are my second fashion pieces. And they're absolutely my favorites. When I wear them, people stop in the streets. They're very simple. The artist who made them is not around anymore.
That might be one of my favorites too.
They have an attitude. Okay, this is my 3rd fashion piece and I had it on earlier. I can't take anything without putting things on it. It has an attitude. Who else but me would carry something like this? I'm not sure.
Look at this. Oh my gosh.
And talk about necklaces. This is my last piece and well worth looking at because it has everything but the kitchen sink on it, and that's why I love it.
Okay, so just a reminder, my favorite thing to use TikTok for, bubble hopping. Okay, so there's this idea that like we're all living a certain kind of life. Guys, if you even knew, and I know a lot of you do, how different people are living, this is what I'm saying, Habibi. What do you really want out of life? Because I promise you, with enough information, enough tools, and yes, enough privilege, you can make it happen. And you can get those things, guys. Privilege is things people get. It's things you're born with, but it's also a thing you can get. Okay? Like education. When you get an education, you're getting privilege. That's the point of it. When you get money, you're getting privilege. Okay? Dressing yourself, deconstructing and letting yourself be who you are. That's a privilege, right? Being out and open, being gay, being queer, privilege. Okay? So, you know, keep that in mind as we watch these videos. When I look at these videos, I think to myself, like, yeah, there's something here that I'm inspired by. Okay, next video.
Hi, Cultured Magazine. Come in, come in. Welcome to my home. I'm Stella Ishii. I moved here in 1994. I'm not a decorator. I like weird tchotchkes, funny little things, and I tend to collect them. This thing is, it's so interesting. People find this interesting because this is just a ladder because the ceiling is so high here. It just made sense for our shoes to be here. They just started accumulating there. Those are the Margiela slip-ons. I like these Nike Riffs. I have them in multiple colors. Because of that, it tends to be a little uniform looking. That's my nephew, who is now 27 years old. And this room is still his room. This is one of the maybe about 50 Kachina dolls that I have. And this is Ogre. He's a warrior. And then here is the sugar wall. A lot of these are from Japan. You know, Japan has a lot of very beautiful little candies. And I just thought, I can't eat that. They're so beautiful. The cake. This is something I found at the flea market. It holds cake. But I don't have any cake in there. It's I like weird things like this. You know, these are wind up. This guy is funny too. Right?
She's so cute.
They make you smile, you know, they make you laugh. And then this guy is stress reliever. This is the same too. These things go like this. That's my mom. Oh, that's my father. My father had a nose like that. That's why it's right above my mother. And this, I have to say, this was during the whole Black Lives Matter. I bought this t-shirt. It says, racism is a disease, get well soon. It's just so true. So this is the wall. These Kachina dolls are Hopi.
What's a Kachina doll?
When we lived in LA, we would often go to the desert, to the Hopi reservation, and met some carvers, doll makers. They're all mythical Hopi gods and goddesses. This guy, he came out of the ground first, checked it out for everybody else, and said, okay, come on. I always hear the story when I buy it, but at the end, it's just a visual thing. I respond to certain ones because when you go to some of the doll makers' homes, there would be like, oh, so many of them on the wall. And you just don't know, like, whoa, it's overwhelming. And then after you have some tea and you talk and you're there for a while, it's certain ones like speak to you, you know, thanks for the visit.
So, okay, there's like a vibe. You know what I like about the minimalism of it all is it just feels so, what's the word? It feels so honest, I think, in a way. I also love the First Lady with all the collection too. As long as it feels like, okay, pause. Did you ever look at people's lives like this? Okay, especially when you were younger and almost try to force your space to look like this? I want to give you permission. I want to give myself permission to age into a collection. Have you ever met a young person who comes into a lot of money and they collect overnight, their whole house is filled? But that's not really like a collection to me. I want to be, when I'm 80, the house looks like this because I collected over years, not because I went out overnight and in a week filled my house with a bunch of stuff that like, just to have a house full of stuff. You know, I want my house to be a house of memories, but how am I going to do that if I just go on Amazon and mass order a bunch of shit to fill my house with? You know? So that's what I think is nice, is like everything kind of has a story and has a reason. I didn't just go out to Walmart to be like, oh, I need a clock here. No. You know, I don't want to just like, that's what my partner and I have decided to do as a couple is like, if the wall is empty, the wall is empty. Period. We're not buying a clock just because we need a clock. When we find the clock, we'll get the clock. But it has to be the clock. Okay? The right clock. That is how I feel about clothes and earrings and stuff like that now. Okay? We're not just going to buy earrings because I want a pair of earrings. We're going to look for the earrings. Okay? We're going to look for the thing. We're going to wait. It's going to speak to me. Okay? It's going to be the right one. You know? And if it is no longer good for me, I'm going to give it to a home that it's the right for. Okay? Because I understand. I understand people come to your house. They're like, oh, it's so minimalist. There's nothing here. I know. Or you look at your closet and you think, oh, I really want these things. Okay. And this is the difference between, okay, consumers who fashion trend, like it's trending, so they buy it and then they have a new wardrobe every season because they go with what's trending. That's okay. But overconsumption is bad for the planet. It's bad for you. There's no reason for it. What's the point? Okay, I don't want to be that. Okay, now, are you ready for this one? This one's This is a longer video. This is a 6-minute video. Are you ready for this one? Okay.
You guys pay for rent in New York?
We actually don't pay for rent. Bought our space back in 1990s.
Amazing. So you guys all live together?
Yes, we're the Yoda family. We're a family of artists.
Could I?
I wish I could turn on subtitles for you guys, but I don't think I can, right? Auto scroll speed, full screen. Captions? Oh, I can. Wait, show captions unavailable. Captions are not supported. Wait, so they're not available?
A tour of your home?
No, they do. They are. Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, seriously?
Let's go. Hand crank elevator, and it's the last one in New York City.
No way. Look at that. It still works or it doesn't work?
It still works. We're gonna take a ride in it.
Wow.
Go on.
Wow, you can see straight up too.
Yes, go right.
And there's a breeze.
Yes.
It's
nice.
so nice. I feel like I'm in a movie.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. This is amazing.
Probably a lot different from what you've been seeing.
I haven't seen anything like this ever.
Okay,
Air conditioner there.
This is the air conditioning right here?
One of them.
This is awesome. Look at the clothesline.
We have a lot of artwork here. Live and work in the same space.
Oh, thank you so much. Is this for me? Cheers.
Cheers. We moved here in 1990, so 35 years.
How much did you buy this place for?
$550,000.
Holy moly. So this is your father's.
My father, Toshihisa Yoda, has always been an abstract painter.
So where do you guys sleep?
Just watch your step over.
Don't ask about it. She's like, don't ask about sleeping. Don't ask. This is awesome. Holy shit, this is so cool. So this is your room?
Yes. My father came...
In 1966, I came by California because I left Japan by the boat.
2 weeks on a boat.
Yes, can I move?
Yeah, you're here.
I'm very excited in New York City.
Yeah.
Sorry to my parents and my sister.
Yeah.
But, New York.
New York is
hard to live here. Yes.
The spaces are separated by boxes and canvases. More canvases separating the kitchen and the bathroom. Bedrooms over here.
Yes, bedroom.
Workspace. Hangout. Office space. Here's the hallway. Oh man, this is so cool.
Mostly my father's works that are archived.
Nuts.
So this is more like my father's current workspace where he makes his newer paintings. And prior to Brooklyn, I was living on 53rd and 3rd in Manhattan. You know the Lipstick Building? Our whole block was evicted. 42 families were evicted and the whole block was obliterated to make that. So that's where my whole thing started with documenting old New York. My parents remember when I was a baby, well, the streets were dark, you know, like there was only 2 bars, Finelli's on Mercer.
Okay, where's the bathroom?
Off to the bathroom.
Off to the bathroom. Here we go. Oh wow, it really cruises around. This is so cool. You got the clawfoot.
Yeah, the clawfoot. Yeah.
Nice window light. How old are your parents?
How old? お母さん、年聞いてるんだけど。
35. No. 83.
84.
So there's one major walkway down the middle. Kind of if you think about a corn maze, that's what this place reminds me of.
My mother makes her work now here in the kitchen counter, more recent pieces.
Macaroons.
Macaroons, yeah.
That's neat.
Yeah. She calls this series edible color chart.
Print on rice paper.
Mm.
Yeah.
They're saying they have to feed us, so we have to eat. Just shredding the ice.
This is soba.
Oh, okay.
Caleb, do you like soba? My father's homemade soba by Toshihisa Yoda.
Spicy?
Never gets old.
He brought dessert. He brought dessert.
This is my mom's specialty pudding.
It looks so good.
I didn't think we were having a 3-course meal.
3-course meal, yeah. That's your father as a young man.
Yeah. Oh, here.
That's the apartment.
Yep.
That's insane.
Far left is my mom. I'm a metal guitar player.
Jam a little bit. Yeah. You see Bill and Ted's Bogus Adventure?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you. The band name is Maltese Falcon.
Let's go.
Wet Dream.
Is this real, the Seaport Ghost? Because I live in the Seaport now. I don't know about the
I
Seaport.
love the Seaport. That's the Seaport was my first major like theme as a series.
Okay, so the thing I think, okay, first of all, sweetest beans in the whole world, right? Just like sweetest family ever. I love that they fed them. That's so culturally like relatable. Listen to me when I say this, that my autism could never live in this space, but let it be known that I would be so excited to visit. Okay, I just think that's so interesting and so fucking just, you know, but like also love it for you girls. I'm a little worried about a fire hazard, if I'm going to be honest, but there's something like, yeah, okay, I could never live there, but also I really want to visit. You know, there's something so beautiful about the concept, and I think there's like a simplicity to it all. Listen, I go through moods where I love watching overconsumption. I love watching like people spend money on stuff. I do. Okay, I watch all the rich people shows. And the more that I watch it, I learn so much about myself. And I learned that ultimately, as much as I do enjoy watching it, this is so much more my vibe. Like, obviously there's money involved, right? The place still costs $500,000, but now it's probably worth God knows what, millions. All this art costs money to make, right? Nothing, like, there's a lot of effort that went into this space. There's money that's involved. But what you do with the money is so interesting to me, right? Like, what you do with your life is so interesting to me. That's what I think I love about, and I know it's not everybody, but at least in my background, in my West Asian background, this is the feeling I get when I visit my parents. My parents spend so much time dedicated to their house being a space that can host people, their yard being walkable. My dad like makes sure there's trails on the acres and make sure people can safely like walk and enjoy the ride, and he puts benches down so people can sit, and he makes the space really beautiful. And my mom, she make like everybody is fed, and there's like an outdoor area, and there's like they think about their space. That's why mom and dad's house is still the hub. Like ultimately, that place will always feel like home more than any place I've ever rented. Like my parents' house still feels like home, you know, like the home, right? And there's something about that space that like you're so relaxed, you're so chill that you're not thinking about like keeping up with appearances or whatever. You just get home and it feels like you can breathe. Even though I share with you all the weird stories about our political differences and all that stuff, there's something about like a home feeling that way. That's how I want my home to feel. I want my home to feel like a place that when you come over, you know, it won't feel that way for everybody, but I hope it doesn't feel like you're visiting or you're staying in someone's house. You know, not for everybody. I'm sure like family and friends will feel more like what my family and friends feel like that, but I want you to feel a little bit like even if you're a stranger, you could feel that way in the way that they made him feel. At least to me, they made him feel like he was at home. We have to feed you. I'm gonna say it again. Food and music. Food and music. It's so important. His parents just sitting there watching him play his song, his guitar, which they probably listen to all the time. That's how it is in my household. My dad, my siblings, they all play music. Okay. So when I come home, I can hear, oh, my dad's playing the guitar. Oh, my so-and-so brother's playing. Oh, my sister's playing. Like, oh, my family's playing. Like, my mom is, we're doing this. Brittany's singing. Da 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 da. It's like, yeah, when we get home, it's like I can hear my dad's guitar from down the driveway. I'm like, Dad's playing guitar. And then it's like you drive up the driveway. They have a very long driveway. It's like you're driving up my dad's driveway. And you could just hear like, and you're just like, oh. And then you already know like you're about to come through and you're like, oh. It's like such a good feeling. You smell dinner, you smell food, and that's why I say, again, red flag, people who don't culturally bond on food or music. Food and music is very important. It's very, very, very important. Okay. This one too, I really liked this one. Let me show you this one. I really liked this one.
Excuse me, you live here?
I do.
How long you been living here for?
I bought the place in 73.
Question, how much did you pay for it?
I was in an industrial neighborhood at the time. Little pause there.
Little pause.
I'll be back.
But wait, how much did you pay for it?
I'll be right back. Well, the owners of these buildings used to walk around the neighborhood wringing their hand. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Everybody's left and I can't get a factory to move in. If they discovered you were an artist, oh, you're an artist, you need this building. Desperate. So they were always looking for artists.
Can we have a tour of your spot?
What's that?
Can we check it out?
Yeah, let's check it out. I'm in the art business and I did this entrance here. Beautiful. In 1995, after, what was the entrance, the ugliest entrance ever. I'm an artist. And I'm a sculptor.
And a sculptor.
What I did was paint a sculpture. Would you like to come up?
I'd love to. Whoa, it's huge. It's never ending.
Well, it goes all the way to West Broadway. I bought it in 73.
Yeah.
I bought it in
Oh, it's so beautiful. Third, I love an open concept. I know people don't like open concepts. I'm such an open concept girly. $36,000.
$6,000. The roof leaked and it was like the water was coming through. It had no maintenance. As soon as we put a roof on, we started to dry out and it became pretty good. My floor is 11,000 square feet. I live in this space, yeah.
Just imagine how much dancing can happen. Like, yes, cartwheels, dancing, hula hoop competitions, hanging out with the family. That's my parents decided on open floor concepts early in our childhood. They just like tore down all the walls. And we always loved it as a family because it really like, I hate when I can't see my family. Like, hey, what are you doing? Where are you? Where are you going? Like every time you ever like have a sibling get up the couch, you're like, what are you, where are you going? Are we leaving? Are we getting up? I'm like, we're like dogs. Like, hey, where are we going? Are we getting up? Are we going places? Where are we going? Where are we going? It's like, but if it's an open floor concept, then like I can see you and then we can be like, we're still in the same room together. You know what I mean?
So is this all your art on the walls?
Yeah, this is my art space where I can show my work effectively all the time.
Right.
And I've been doing it since I moved in 75. I call him Little Ringer. He's got the ringtail.
I would love to see where you live. Would you show me that?
Well, I live in my everything room.
Whoa. This is insane. You gotta watch the game, I heard.
I've been out without cable for a whole week.
Okay, I want to say something and I'm going to like, just listen to me when I say it. I understand what I'm about to say, but just listen to me. These people live so like they don't have money. And I know everything about this place screams money, but not really. Like, but if you know, you know. This is, I feel, what they call like that's like quiet wealth or whatever, because like it's so expensive, but like look at the way he's living. You know what I mean?
Guys, I can't even hardly survive.
I love this room, Neil. This room's awesome.
You see a cable, so it goes to the kitchen.
Okay, the kitchen, yeah, okay.
Fixing the cable?
Frugal. Yeah. maybe even a little too frugal for Britney's standard. I'm going to be honest. Just maybe a little bit. Like, I will say, I don't like living in places that feel like they're hard to dust. And if I feel like the place is hard to dust, I'm not living in that dust. And that space just feels like really difficult to dust. You know what I mean? So yeah, like if my Roomba is going to have problems cleaning the floor, we're going to have problems. I don't even have a Roomba, but if I did. So like that, the mom and dad and son who live together, I just feel like how much dust is all over those paintings. You know what I mean?
One of those lights might be coming here.
Fridge closet. Yeah, fridge closet.
Yeah, asset rich, cash poor. Asset rich, cash poor. Because I don't know if these people have cash. There is a good chance, say this, like there's a good chance all these people have no money. Because they spent all that money 20 years ago on property and probably paid it off. But there's a good chance, like, they're not rich. They just have the property. That's very, very common for a lot of these people. You know what I mean? And so that makes me wonder too, right?
Man, he's eating.
Yeah, this is the kitchen. Has no square feet. This is the bathroom, and it has the same kind of floor that I had in the entrance.
Smells good in here. It's a cool bathroom. Oh yeah, pull the thing. That's fun.
Yeah, that's the old-time old toilets. Yeah. People ask me, how do I describe my work? And I tell them it's painted sculpture. I'm really into.
And this is why I say to you guys, because you're right, Chad says he lives like someone who views money as a tool than expression. This is why I say to you, and I had this stream the other day we did, your job, your life is not the reason you're not doing this. I know it sounds like it is, but these people, these are the people who generally, not literally, because I don't know these people, but generally, they do it anyways. Just like the fact that I've met so many people who are like, why can't I be a YouTuber? You can, but you're going to have to do it anyways. Even if you make no money, you're going to have to spend your money doing something you love in hopes to make money. If you ever do. Like, I don't think people understand that because they literally think, oh, the money, like, They think it's like, and I used to think this too. I used to think it was reverse. I used to like, you know, you see all those videos of people that are like, oh, I made a TikTok and I went viral and boom, I was successful day one. It doesn't happen that way. Actually, somebody, hold on, let me just bring this full circle into this. Hold on, wait for it. I saw this TikTok. Hold on. Do. Please hold, please hold, please hold. Where is this TikTok? Nope, close. This one? No, this one? No, this one? I feel like it's close. It's somewhere here. This one. Okay, I have to mute it because it's a song and I don't know if I'm going to get copyrighted. She said, being an artist is crazy because what do you mean I opened for Dua Lipa, right? But right now I'm cleaning someone else's house that I met on the internet to pay my rent. Also, this is my song. I don't know if this is real or if she's clickbaiting or whatever, but this happened to me so many times in my life. This is Chloe Tang. This happened to me so many times in my life where I would be like in a video or I would have 1 million views on a video and that wasn't enough. You guys, I've gotten 1 million views on multiple videos and it never mattered. I never got 100,000 subscribers. I've never done this like with loads of money. Another person can get 1 million views on a video and that's it. Career is made. I've never been that person. And I don't really think it's these people either to an extent. Like, I think it's very normal if you're creative to have like one hit and think it's going to be the rest of your life, but it's not. You ever heard of a one-hit wonder? You know what I mean? Like, I think the reality for artists at the end of the day is like, Google says Chloe Tang is real. No, I know she's real. I don't know if that's really what's true about her story. Like, I don't know if she's just doing it because it's a trend or if it's rage baiting or whatever, but she is a real person. I'm saying, I don't know if that's really like, you know, because the comment section was like, oh, I'm a rage baiter too, or I do this. I don't know if it's real, but I'm saying the concept is real. I assume it's real, but who knows, right? It might be a performance piece on TikTok. You never know with trends. But the point is that what I think is interesting is like this, like looking at these people, you're probably like, oh, I wish that could be me. It could be you, but it's not going to be comfortable when it starts. Remember, the beginning of his story is It was an industrial part of town. Nobody wanted to buy there. And they were so desperate to sell that they sold it to him. That means you would have to go into a neighborhood that nobody wanted to live in, that was industrial, and hope in 30 years it would pay off, 40 years it would pay off, 50 years it would pay off. These people took, like, they just did it because it worked for their life, but they had no reason to think it would be a video on TikTok 50 years later. And that's what I think people have to remember. Like, my dad always says, like, you have to have a vision. My dad has a vision. My dad can look into the future. He can, like, look at a house and know if he can turn that house around. You have to be able to look at it and say, like, is this a place I can make a home? You know what I mean? Is this my vision? Because again, you could go buy a plot of land with $5,000 right now. And I know you're saying, Brittany, I don't have $5,000, but you can get $5,000. You can do it. Even if it took you 10 years to save it, you could do it. And you could go buy a plot of land that in 20 years makes you $12 million. And that's the great story you get to tell on TikTok. But we can't know that about our life. And so a lot of these people who have a lot of these stories, it's not like they knew. They were just doing it. But they don't know if it's going to pay off. Because for them, they're not concerned with the payoff. Do you know what I'm saying? They're not thinking, oh, one day this house will be this. They were just like, yeah, I had an opportunity and I took it and I made it a home. And this is just how it ended up. Does that kind of make sense? Sometimes I think because of capitalism, we're always thinking of everything as an investment. And some people are just thinking like, yeah, I'll live here and this will be my home. And then the home becomes so beautiful, it turns around and becomes an investment. All right.
With the framing of these paintings. And I show other realists, like this is a Robert Loeb piece.
A metallic piece here.
A good friend, very famous. I came up with a style called bad painting. It was a response to pop art. Now, my analysis of pop art was that it was veneration of the superficial. Campbell's soup, Brillo soap pads, movie stars, pickup trucks.
Yeah.
And so a period a little later after this pop art craze started with photorealism, which was basically second generation pop art. It was like a stale idea done pretty, you know? I said to someone, it'd be better if you had a good idea. You did it terrible. So I came up with this style here. The pop art styles basically avoided the brush.
Andy Warhol used to say, I went to his museum and I got a postcard that said, art is what you convince them it is. And I remember thinking, like, Andy Warhol kind of sucks. And like, his art was just like not that interesting to me. But I think the biggest, like the greatest piece of art he ever made was that idea that art is what you convince them it is. And then that begs the question, once again, which kind of artist are you going to be in the world? An Andy Warhol or something else? You know, just think about that. Think about how capitalistically, philosophically evil that is. And then think about how that is I think that's the greatest piece of art he ever made. Might have been that quote. And then it was always a reminder that, like, don't be like Andy Warhol.
No brush strokes, it was all mechanically made, silk screens. So I figured I would do veneration of the profound. This one's called pleading and contemplating. And I would go back to the brush. It became eventually known as bad painting in 69 and 70.
Yes, Discord said pre-NFT vibes 100.
Oh, he's good.
This painting over here is an...
Chad says my ex had that tattooed, but not ironically. Congratulations on it being your ex. Damn. That is so like Wolf of Wall Street vibes, isn't it? Yo, art is what you convince them it is, bro. $50,000, bro. Buy my course. Ugh.
Example of an early bad painting was called Media and Man.
That's me right there. This is me consuming.
And this was done in 1969, and I read that the Greek analysis of what a painting is that you're looking through a window onto the scene. I was stunned. I realized that the frame is architectural foreground and presents the illusion. So it's functional rather than just decorative. And it's a perfect place for the title. I realized that the frame is like what a stage...
Like, are we not commenting on this man's overalls as well, bro? What a fit.
...to a play. You gotta have it.
He's got rules. Yeah, he's. What's that bell?
Quotes that I've uttered in interviews over the years. Deadlines are called deadlines because they kill human beings. When an artist makes it in New York, they make it in real estate. Well, you know, basically what you do is your idea.
This man was like, this man is the dream, from the way he's telling his own story, is the dream. I'm gonna say this, but it's, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna say this, but I mean no disrespect. Okay? I really don't mean disrespect. This man, by the way he's telling his story, is the dream of the mediocre man who wants to do anything and it somehow works. Even if it's not that good. But he's very talented because he's a sculptor and he did that beautiful opening. It was beautiful. But the way he's like, here's a list of things I made up. Here's this thing I did. Here's this thing I did. Like this is the dream of that like man who lives in like his mom's basement and is like, oh, I want it to work for me. You know? But I love that. And also I was that man. You think I haven't been that man? Have you ever been the neurodivergent girly who looks at a notepad and goes like this, goes, I'm going to do it. This is it. Like, okay, hold on. Let me show you. You ever hold on. You ever been the girly that's like, I'm gonna draw something and this is the proof I'm meant to be an artist. If this comes out, I've never done it before, but if I draw it and it looks like I know what it is, that's it, baby. That's the sign. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, you can't even see it. I'll post it on Discord too. I started, like, I was practicing doing donuts and bagels and like flowers, and I was just like drawing some shit. And I was like, okay, bro, if this comes out fire on the first run, we're gonna be artists for sure, bro. And I was just like, I was drawing it. I went to my partner and I was like, what is this? Quick. And he's like, and I was like, what is it? And I was like, can you tell? Like, is it a picture? Okay, it's a picture. and then I sat there, I was like, okay, noted. You know, there's just like there's this part of you, like a kid that's like, watch me go Super Saiyan first try, bro. And then you're like, why isn't it working? There is a part of my brain that 100% believes that you just pick up a paintbrush and you're great at it first time. Because that's the bullshit we get from movies and stuff. 15-year-old white boy in his high school, nerdy, no one talks to him, in the corner of his room, gets a football in his hands for the first time ever, throws it 50 yards. This man's meant to be. This boy who's never touched a football in his life. One touch, baby. Touchdown, baby. Okay? And it's like, yeah, there's some part of our brain that is told you never have to work, study, actually try to do anything. Do you know what I mean? That you can just fucking show up and you'll be the best. You know what I mean? Thank you, chat. Says you're such a boy Brit. Hello, every anime I've ever watched. Every anime of a boy is like, I'm gonna be the king of pirates, bitch. Sorry, B word. I'm 17. I'm gonna be the king of pirates. And then somehow you just know he is. Maybe. Who knows? You know? But yeah, you just like kind of wake up and you convince yourself that, and then when it doesn't happen, you have to re-examine your whole life and redo everything. And you're like, wait, what am I doing here? So this is what I'm saying to you. If you are a boy like I'm a boy, shut up and train, Vegeta. You're not Goku. You're Vegeta. It's going to be hard for you. Endeavor, you're not All Might. It's going to be hard for you. You're not just going to show up and it's going to work. You're going to have to work for it. Get going. Okay? We're Vegetas, guys. Most people are Vegetas. You're going to have to just do it. You're going to have to work. It's not going to come easy. You might come easy, but it's not going to come easy.
Whatever it is, it's what you think is important. Yeah, important to society. And yeah, so it's unavoidable because you can't avoid being you.
The cable man.
Jefferson Street was a very famous building and was actually was the only building that was
Like, you know what I mean? Everyone always wants to be Gojo, but you're ghetto. Get over it. Okay? Everyone wants to be Gojo. Everyone wants to be the 10-year-old kid who's super built that way, plot armor, blah, blah, blah. You're not. You're ghetto. You're probably going to die, you know, at the hands of your best friend trying to do something, you know?
honored with a show at the Museum of Modern Art. I had the good fortune to live on the 4th floor, half the 4th floor. Robert Loeb lived on the 3rd floor. Bryce Martin lived on the floor above me. On the 3rd floor, Bob Dylan used to stay with his friend Bob Newirth back before he was famous. And eventually it was torn down.
That too, the romanticization of like, oh yeah, I used to know Bob Dylan before he was famous. Or, oh yeah, like I was roommates with so-and-so and now they're famous. I was obsessed. I was obsessed with this narrative of like, who do you know people before they're famous? Oh my God, yeah, we used to go to high school together. And I was like, oh my God. Guys, think about what a famous person is. A famous person is just somebody people know, like of. Like a famous person is just a name you can say and people are like, oh yeah, I know that name. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I know that person whose name you know. And it's like, whoa. And it's like, why is this so good? But it's so interesting to our brains. You know what it does though? I think it shrinks the world. It makes the world feel so much more normal. When you realize like we're all kind of like 6 degrees separated, it makes things feel, for me at least, so much more human. Like, oh yeah, they're just like a person. But then I understand the social credibility, right? The social cred, I get it. But also, it's a nice reminder that like people are just people and then they're famous. But like they're not special, or they're not famous because they're special. You know, everyone's unique, but no one's really special. That's why Tahani on The Good Place is so funny, the way she name drops, you know? She'll just name drop my good friend, you know, my godfather, my uncle Gandhi, my good friend Bill Clinton, my like friend Hillary Clinton, you know, my friend. You should be like, oh yes, my friend told me that. The lead singer of The Doors, you know? It's just like, okay, Tahani, we get it. But like, you know?
Did you enjoy living there?
I loved it. You know, I claim to be the luckiest artist in American art history, really. Yeah. I was very influenced by a neighbor who was named Truman Eggleston, and he did this painting. He was in the Korean War. Here, come over and take a shot of this painting right here. This is in 1955. His parents lived just around the corner from my house in Westfield, Massachusetts. It was the first time I had seen what was known as modern art. Abstractions. He had been in the Korean War and then went to Massachusetts College of Art in Boston. Every summer he would come home and visit his parents. And I got to meet him in 1955 when I was 9.5 years old. And I asked him, what about modern art? And he said, well, what I do is called abstract expressionism. And then he said the sentence that changed my life. Abstraction is akin to music. It's on?
Thanks for working already.
Let me buy you lunch.
Thank you. All right.
Hey, you know I have a couple of remote controls that I don't use. Can I give them?
Throw away.
What? Throw them away? I think they're still charging me for it.
No, they don't charge for remote control.
Okay.
No, they don't.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, you know, everyone's living in like a different kind of bubble and a different kind of life. And I think it's just like a good reminder to remember that. Now, I understand this YouTuber, he talks a lot to like famous people and stuff like that. And he has his own relationship with like living in New York and all that stuff. Like, this is him. This is him.
To New York City, September 14th, 2015. Okay, 10 years ago, I moved to New York City.
Damn
September
it.
14th,
I hate that little thing that happens.
Okay, 10 years ago, I moved to New York City. September 14th, 2015. I arrived in Harlem by taxi with 2 suitcases, and I stared up at a brownstone. And I thought, the fuck did I just do with my life? I don't know anything about this place. I don't know anyone here. I don't know what I want to do with my life. I had no dreams to move to New York City at all. I had maybe some hidden ambitions that I was unwilling to admit to myself. But I was so scared the entire time I've been here. If I'm being honest, I've been freaked out about this city. In some ways, I'm like very like in love with this place and calm and not chaotic and anxiety driven and fuck, what is going on, you know?
New York is such an interesting place to me because it feels like nowhere I've ever wanted to be. But also, like, I love the concept of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's such an interesting idea. I've been reading up on how a lot of immigrants or expats or whatever who are here in Croatia, there's a lot of meetup groups and social groups and stuff. And I don't want to join any of them. Again, I am a YouTuber, so it's like a little weirder for me to join stuff. Like, I don't know if anyone's going to dox me or tell people, you know, You know, it just feels like way too risky. But at the same time, you know, it does make me wonder, like, it would be helpful in some ways to like talk to other locals who, you know, what did you do when you got here? Because even though are not locals, but, you know, immigrated locals, because like my partner is a local. So there is a gap in our understanding, like, because my partner's, you know, a Croatian, they don't think about what life is like as a non-Croatian. And so for me, it's like there are like ways to get around that are more difficult for me that is hard to like translate to my partner sometimes. And so it'd be nice to almost talk to somebody who's done it because they have that gap in knowledge, but then it's like hard to know when to. So it's interesting when I hear from people who have moved, who have gone places. I don't know if you guys have been seeing it. The reason I had this video saved for us to watch later, because a lot of people have been like talking about moving places and being honest about the process. Like, it is really hard. Okay. It is like incredibly hard. I feel like it is. Again, I know people. Listen. While still being grateful that you can live in another place if needed, it is not easy moving to a place that isn't your home. You know? So I know Americans like romanticize the idea of leaving, but for all of the Americans that left, know that it is very hard for most people. That's why a lot of people move back home, because you take for granted how hard it is for immigrants to move to a new country, to learn a new language, to learn a new way of doing life, to be around people who do not look like them. Reminder that a lot of the immigrants who leave places where they look like everybody else and move to a place where nobody looks like them. Nobody talks like them. You stick out. Remember, like, you have to remember, like, how intimidating the process is to understand why people move out and move back. Because again, like, I think Americans take for granted, like, hearing like, oh, my dad and mom moved here 40 years ago and immigrated, left everything behind. And they think it's like this great romantic story. And it can be, but it also can be like an incredibly devastating and difficult story, you know? Okay, let's see if he says anything interesting about his time in New York.
And then in some ways, I'm just like super calm and love this place. But yeah, I don't really know how it's been 10 years. It's really flown by, and there's been a lot of different chapters.
Wait, do you remember that scene in Sex and the City where the guy's like, oh, I would never want to live anywhere but New York. I've been here 10 years. I'm a New Yorker. And they say only New York is the place where people make it their whole personality being a New Yorker. But also people from LA do that too. Let me tell you, people from LA make it their whole personality sometimes.
My life in this city, and a lot of it has been me just sleeping on the ground. That's in an apartment that I couldn't afford, or unsure, just like living in fear. If I'm living in fear to take risks or chances on myself. And this place it's just stinky, bro. It smells bad.
Uh-oh.
You know it smells bad. It's dirty. I've chosen to ignore it, but sometimes you see it, and you only see it when a friend visits or family visits, you know, stuff like that. But they say you're a New Yorker once you've lived here for 10 years, and the only reason why I agree with that is because you start to treat it as your home and your community. And
Damn, does it take 10 years to feel like you're in a place? I've been wondering this. Like, when, if at all, is Croatia going to feel like a home? Is it going to be 10 years? Maybe. I could see that, actually.
For me personally, now I'm trying to actually show up like it's my community, and it's not just a mall that I'm walking through and enjoying, looking through the windows of whatever stores I'm going by, or to the parties, or my job that I hate, you know, because I'm trying to make it in New York City. That's what I'm trying to do. And I do think that's the biggest difference between someone who's lived here for a long time and someone who hasn't, is that they want to like help their community and be a part of the community and whatever that looks like to whomever that person is. But holy shit, man. I know why people leave after 10 years now. Definitely. I mean, that's been an inkling in my mind a little bit of recent. Like, I've been here 10 years. Do I want to stay here another 10? Is this my place? How did 10 years go by? And then you start to see the patterns of other people moving into New York who are excited and they've been here for 3 years and they want to start a business and they want to do all this other shit. And maybe that's just getting older. I don't really know, where you start to see the patterns of other humans. But this place is transient and it's not for the faint of heart, man. I almost quit and left like multiple times. And people joke about New York people living here saying like, oh, I'm gonna prove it, I'm hard, I can stay here, all this stuff, but you gotta make money. I'm being dead ass serious. Like, you have to make money if you want to stay here. Like, that's why most people after 10 years, if they haven't found success in their careers, they fucking get out. Because that's just the harsh truth of this place. And
keep in mind, he's interviewing people with the most beautiful homes in New York too. So he is like interviewing people who have made, that's why like please do not encourage your senior citizen families to move. Like your parents, you know how many parents, guys, my mom knew this girl at church, this woman whose grown ass kids convinced her to sell her home and to rent until the market benefited her. This woman sold a paid off home in California so her selfish ass adult kids could just end up abandoning her with a rental. You hate your mom, bro. Do not encourage your parents to move out of their sold home or their paid off home. I'm sorry. My mom, every time she gets the inkling to like, maybe I'll move. Don't you fucking move. You stay there. You have a perfect home in a perfect place that is paid off. Do not risk your elder years moving, okay? Unless there is a complete benefit and you are guaranteed some sort of crazy transaction, do not move. And my parents, of course, have settled hopefully into this home. They haven't talked about moving in a while. But the one thing you can do for your parents is tell them not to goddamn move. Just like these people we watch with these homes they bought for $36,000, don't move. You can't move. Okay? Nobody has the money. You can't buy a house. Don't move. And I'm so sick of like people talking to their elderly parents, move closer to us. We want you closer to us. You better not risk your parents being in a place that's going to make, you know what I'm saying? You better be so kind to your parents, bro. God, I do not want to be renting in my 60s. Like, I know people who rent in their 60s and that's your lifestyle, bless you. You're so great. I love you. Okay. I do not want to be in a position where I am struggling financially and I'm still renting in my 60s. Okay? Girls, lock in. Okay? Unless you are a lifestyle renter in which it is a thrill to you to rent at 65. You do not want to be 65 years old and renting. Okay? If you're 40 right now, you still have time. Lock in. Okay? But like, thank you.
there's no other place I've been in the world that has so many shiny objects to distract you from whatever type of life you want to build or you're trying to live. And you can just walk outside and be whisked away. And that's why this place is beautiful, and that's why it's so freaking scary. That's why people don't come here. Because you can literally just get whisked away into a night of nonsense or, I don't know, sin, if you will. Or anything else. You could just walk outside and just meet somebody that changes your life forever, or you're going to marry, or is your new business partner, or convinces you to leave or convinces you to stay. And you're faced with that. You're faced with that here, and you're faced with change. Change happens so rapidly here that the second you are comfortable in your own life, everything changes. All your friends move. You get fired from your job. You can't afford rent. Some crazy thing just happens in New York that affects everybody, like COVID. And it just happens so fast that you can almost not get comfortable. That's one reason why I love living here. It's because it keeps me on my toes. And I know that probably sounds insane, but
think about that. You ever think about that in terms of what you want for your life? I don't think I could handle the hustle bustle, but my partner and I were just talking about this. There is a type of adulting we are in the cycle right now where it's not like your 20s where things just happen one thing after another, like you're never done, because that felt so crippling and overwhelming. But we're having the same cycle in our adult life, but it's like about very serious shit. And it's like, holy shit. Like, it's like you're never done adulting. And it's like this idea of like having kids is like you're even more never done. I was just talking to my brother about this. He's like, bro, you're never done. Like, you're always overstimulated. Like, you're always around like kids are always, something's happening. This kid breaks his arm. This kid needs a vaccine. This kid needs a doctor. This kid needs you're never done. So then this counter to the Jude video of the farm life, and it's slow and everything's, yeah, that sounds really nice, right? But the farm life can have the same stresses like Jude said. Jude hadn't been able to make time to make bread. So here's this fantasy of this life where Jude's on a farm. You would think they were making bread every day. But Jude says, I haven't had time. I've been overwhelmed with my life. Because it doesn't matter where you're located. It's you. It's your relationship to life. It's also you radically accepting that life is this cycle of constant change, especially when you're growing and deconstructing, right? Yeah. Yeah. Chat says, he said he started in Harlem, but I don't know if he stayed there or mentioned a different place. Oh, I don't know.
Life just keeps changing, and it's going to keep changing, and it's going to change rapidly or slowly. And I like it changing. I like the fast pace. I like, honestly, the overstimulation and the energy that you're faced, the hum of New York, you know? Because I just like to be reminded that.
I don't think, because Chessa, does he live in Manhattan? Can he even afford it? Isn't Manhattan like expensive? I mean, it's all expensive, but like, I feel like young people live in like Brooklyn or Harlem or something. Not that I know New York very well, but like, isn't Manhattan kind of for like older people?
Like, time's moving on, you know? It's actually moving on. It is. And this place, you leave for a month and come back.
Older people with money. Sorry. I thought Manhattan was older people with money. Oh, is Harlem Manhattan? Oh, I thought they were different. I don't know anything about New York. Don't listen to me.
Pretty much forgotten about you. It does not care that you're here.
Harlem is Upper East Side. Wait, isn't Upper East Side money? Isn't Upper East Side expensive? Isn't that like where rich people live?
And maybe literally everybody in your life has moved on too, which I know sounds crazy, but when you live in a more rural place where people are going to settle down for life, it's like you leave and come back and life is exactly the same. That does not happen here at all. It's always different and always changing. And it's kind of freaky, but it's fun too. One of my favorite parts about living here, honestly, is the amount of different.
Okay, 1 to 2 bedroom curated apartments now leasing. Let's see what's available. So we've got a 1 bedroom, 1 bath for $3,200. View tour, view floor plan. Let's see. Oh, no. View floor plan. Okay, let's see. What? You don't have a better picture to show me? Basic ass apartment, bro. $3,200, baby. What? Oh, okay. What's the square footage on this? Unit. Where's the square? No square footage on this, bro? How much am I paying for this? Hold on, let's see. $6,000, $7,000. View floor plan, please. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. 2 bedroom, 2 bath, $7,000. Okay, it's a terrace. Maybe it's a top floor, like a top floor. Okay. So let's see. Is this the front door here with a washer and dryer in the closet, or is this a closet? Where's the front door? Bedroom, bathroom. $7,000. This place better be fucking good, bro. Where are the pictures? Where are the you don't have any photos? You don't have any photos? Historic corner of Manhattan. Explore the neighborhood. Few amenities. Board. Oh, wow. Damn, that's crazy though. Could not be me. I am not paying that much.
Cultures and environments of genres of things you can explore. So like if you just want to get into dancing, you can find the best dancers in the world, a dance community, and you're just in there dancing. If you want to get into, I don't know, stand-up comedy like I've been doing, it's like you just start going and then you're in this new world of people doing stand-up comedy.
It's a bubble. Yes. When you're in a bubble with lots of bubbles, you can just be a different person every day. Seattle felt that way for me. So Seattle was my first like step outside of like the suburbs and sort of near downtown. And when I entered Seattle, it was like I entered a world. San Diego's very suburb, you know what I mean? And I was never an LA girly. I never liked LA, just never vibed with it at all. hated going to LA. But when I moved to Seattle and I could see like the different neighborhoods with the different hubs and I could see all the different clubs I could belong to, I was like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like 12 different Britneys. I'm literally so many different Britneys. That's what I mean. I just like, I pick a bubble and I'm like, I'm going to go into this bubble and see if I like it. And then your personality changes and then you have different clothes and like your friends are different. And then it's like, you know what I mean? Because you're vibing with the group. That's why I say when people are like, oh, talk like yourself. I talk like who I'm around. I talk in the bubble. Because I'm all of those Britneys, all the Britneys that get whiplash into all these bubbles. It's like, I want to be the artist, and I want to be the crocheter, and I want to be the sewer, and I want to be the YouTuber, and I want to be the singer, and I want to be the dancer, and I want to be the girl, gym girly, and I want to be the, you know what I mean? That's why I say, like, know who you are in the story and play to your strengths. Know who you are in your life and what you want for it and play to that strength.
New people in this new environment.
And pause, except that you will change and you might change who you are in the story, but the fundamental character is the same. Even though you'll change, you are you, but you will grow and change.
So many subcultures that exist within New York, you can never get bored. Like for the ADHD folks out here, like this is your city, as long as you don't get too distracted. But it's like there's always something else you can dive into that can excite you and you can get interested.
Okay, and I know you guys are going to hate me for bringing this up maybe, but this is why Sneako had so much potential. Because that boy tried everything. He was like a Muslim. He was like a polyamorous guy. He was like a swinger. He was like a stand-up comedian. He's a YouTuber. He like was an artist. Like Sneako was so much potential. If he would just like embrace the artist in him and fucking fuck off with this red pill shit, he would be so much more interesting. Fuck off with this patriarchal bullshit bubble and he would be so much more interesting. But he is from New York, right? That's where he lives and where he grew up. Like he is New York. He's so many different people that I'm like, you could have been an artist. Like he really was an artist, right? And he could have been so much more, but then he just like hung out with the worst people on the internet. But imagine if Sneako was a guy who's like, yeah, like I figured out, you know, it just could have been so much more interesting. Versus a lot of these gamer boys are not multifaceted like he was. He was truly like, I think in a lot of ways, he was so much more multifaceted than the rest. He was a model. He was doing like femme modeling. He was literally a model. And he was literally doing like very progressive photo shoots, like very interesting, very like not afraid. You know what I mean? And then he ended up being who he was, you know? Chet says Sneako made a video about leaving the red pill. Girl, don't even listen to me. I refuse to engage in a Sneako update until I see a real goddamn change. Not another grift. Somebody watch the video for me and tell me if it's a grift. But if it is really a change, oh, I'd love to see it. Because like I cannot keep up with this boy. You know what I mean? But yeah, like that's what I want. Like I want to see people embrace like and know more about themselves by trying these things and not getting so afraid of what they could be that they go back to like this bullshit patriarchal conservative, you know what I mean?
Interested in. And it's always changing and evolving. And once you get bored and tired of it, you can just dive into something else, which is really fun. Outside of, I don't know, whatever you have to do to make money and your obligations to family and friends and all that shit. And speaking of that, that's another hard part about living here. It's like family, friends, creating a life here or not creating a life here. It's really hard when you're trying to just, I don't know, start a career, make something of yourself, quote unquote, the American dream, whatever that means to anyone. And
I feel like this is a great video for people who are like dreamers, but also they're probably going to look at him and be like, shut up, I'm going to do it better than you. Be quiet. I'm going to do it so much better. Like, he doesn't know. Like, you know, because you start your journey and you're young and like the world is your oyster. And I'm just like, you're so cute. I love that for you. Do it. That's why I tell young people, do it, girl. I'm not going to stop you. I had to do it too. I had to go out there and make mistakes and fuck up and build memories. But also like, yeah, you eventually get to an age. Actually, let me show you this video. Because you eventually get to an age where you kind of like grow past the thing that made sense to you in your early 20s, which is why I say I'm not telling you to stop wearing cute clothes or liking anime. I'm just saying something about your youth you should move past. Some days I'm going to quiet the video. This video said, maturing is realizing these bottles aren't cute decorations anymore. And these are like the bottles from your past drinking days. You know how people like drink alcohol and then they save the bottle and it becomes like a decoration. This is like a decoration that could be built off of really amazing memories, or you're just poor and you're like, this is a decoration because I can't afford a real one. And I know, because I used to be this girly who I would like keep trash. Guys, I would keep this is trash, and I would keep it. And then I'd be like, well, I'm too poor to buy real art, so I'm going to make art out of this trash, instead of just being like, girl, throw away the Corona bottle. You know, wait, throw it away. You know what I mean? Like, we get it. You drank. You know, we get it. But like, maybe a bottle is really unique and you really want to save it because it's beautiful. Fair. But also, you know?
Don't ignore your family. That's been a huge issue in my life. And it's not even because I'm ignoring my family. It's because when I moved here, I couldn't afford to go home for a long time. It's like I could go home once a year. That was it. And then you think like, why am I here doing this thing? And I know this isn't just a New York issue, but it is a thing because this place is so expensive. Like every dollar goes to your rent and then food and then...
Actually, fun fact, we buy a lot of jarred stuff like mayonnaise or pickles or something, olives. And we save most of the jars because we use them as water cups. Because like I believe in reusable stuff and like da-da-da. But since we buy so much, we genuinely, it got so bad where I was like, okay, pause. We got to throw some of this away or give it away. We cannot literally be collecting all of these jars. You do not need 1,000 fucking mason jars. But throughout my life, I will probably use about 1,000 more plus mason jars. You know what I'm saying? Like these jars, like, guys, it came to the point where I was like, we have got to give them away to somebody or throw them away. Put them in recycle, whatever you got to do. Okay, we have a glass option. Put it away. Because like literally it's too much. And it does. It gets too much for even us. So we save all of our little jars and lids, and it comes in handy for storage. We don't have, it's like we use them for storage. Like even the tiniest little bottles I get for stuff, I save all of them and I save them for things. And they, as long as they're usable and come in handy, we save them. But if they are collecting dust, if they are like overwhelming too, I refuse to be a hoarder. I am not interested in hoarding. I don't want to save stuff because I'm afraid I might need it later. I want to save stuff because it's actually helpful. But yeah, I love a jar. We have a jar drawer. We have a jar cabinet, 100%.
Red in your bank account. Literally. I mean, it happened to me so much. And now I'm in more of a blessed position where I can visit my family and they can visit me and have space for them. And I'm happy to focus in on the things I care about and the work that I wanted to put out to the world, and have found success in that. Because man, it's hard if you can't, I don't know, have that grounding here especially. Here especially. And I could talk about my romanticizing this place, because I do romanticize it. I romanticize New York more than I probably should. I mean, I don't know, you have to, because it's so, I mean, you can choose to just say it's a shitty ass place and it's dirty and it's stinky and it's smelly and the people suck and everybody's, I don't know, goals and aspirations are just wild and why are you doing that? Or you can just look at it through a lens that is exciting and fun and people are putting themselves out there and they're willing to try, and the weather's always changing, like fall.
I still to this day cannot believe Miranda moved out of New York for Steve.
Spring and winter and snow and jumping into a cab, going through Times Square, looking at all the lights. Like, you could say it's bad or you could just say it's good. And that's probably the biggest thing this city has taught me, is like, you are faced with so much. Like, you will walk outside and just see someone bawling their eyes out, going through a breakup, and then the next step you'll see someone just sleeping on the ground, and then you'll see somebody just...
Is that romanticizing homelessness / unhoused people? He's like, one day you'll just see someone sleeping on the sidewalk because they're unhoused or because they're doing an art project. Like, wait.
Having the best day of their life, dancing, and then you'll see some crazy person, and then everybody just looking sad and depressed. Like,
damn.
Seriously, they're just sad and depressed.
It's like a movie, really.
And you're being hit with all that, like, over the head, just over and over and over and over, and it forces you to look at your own life. It forces you to accept what's going on and feel it and not ignore it, even though a lot of people do mask their emotions in the city, and they do whatever they can to become insular and create a shield from everything that's going on, which I did for a long time. I partied way too long. I ignored my feelings. I expressed myself in ways that probably weren't healthy for a while.
Same.
And broke down on the train. You know, I've been that person who's just like bawling on the train,
Aw.
or like screaming out loud outside.
Oh,
that I
Jesus.
just can't take it anymore. Like smashing shit on the ground.
Shit.
Like I swear to freaking God, I've done that. After running the New York City Marathon, I was so broke, in pain from running the race, and frustrated that my phone was dead, like all this stuff. And the gifts they gave me, I just slammed it on. I was like, fuck this shit, man. I can't take this place anymore. Or really, I can't take this place. My freaking mind had nothing to do with New York City and everything to do with me. So anyway, I'm saying that to say New York is one of these places that forces you to look at humanity. It just does. And you either choose to see it or you choose to ignore it. And I believe that people, if you choose to see it, then you're going to live a fruitful life in the city and you're going to have the best fucking time. Because you're just going to feel it all. Like some days I swear to God, I walk past some people that brings me to tears because of what's happening. And then I can be on the next block laughing because of something else I see. And I'm impressed with myself for having making it 10 years. And making good decisions or bad decisions, whatever they may turn out to be. I've made decisions and I'm still here. I've created a life for myself here. And I'm proud of myself, yo. Like, I am proud. On some real shit. Ugh, fucking A, bro, New York City. What a wild place. Much love. 10 years in this bitch, let's go. New York right here. And
See, okay, when he used the word B word right there, I feel like it made sense. He didn't call someone a B word. He said in this B word. Honestly, I think appropriate use of the B word. Given the context. Okay? I kind of feel like that makes sense.
The last thing I'll say is, like, I was told once New York City doesn't open its arms until you show her your staying power, you know? And what I mean by that is I think you're just committed. You're committed to, I live here, I'm working, and you're just not half in. A lot of people are half in when they move here and they're unsure, even for the first couple years. I was, you know? I don't know. You're freaking 22 years old. You've never even been on the subway. You've never been to an EDM dance party in a basement somewhere. Never freaking, I mean, almost everything in the world exists here that is crazy. I never even heard of a polyamorous relationship until I moved here. What is that? I don't know. You guys can do a little research on your own. I'm just saying all that to say, good job, Caleb. Proud of you, bro. I'm excited to see what I do with the next 10.
What a normie, bro. He's like so normie, right? He's like a normie who's talking about New York being this crazy place, but he's so like normie in the way that he said that.
Focus and energy that I'm putting into the things I care about. It's pretty amazing. And fuck yes.
Yeah, he's Caleb. 8 million followers on TikTok. Damn, bro. He has some pretty like crazy videos. 55 million views on this video of Scarlett Johansson. Jesus fuck.
You pay for rent in New York?
Not telling you that.
You're not telling me? Could I have a tour of your apartment?
No. I am going to the office. Would you like to come see our office? Do.
How long have you had the office space?
A little over a year. I'm an actor, so I know.
This is the most uninteresting interviews is like these celebrities. I don't mind the painter celebrities because I think they're interesting. But the movie star celebrities are definitely like the least interesting to me, I think. This lady's hilarious.
How much do you pay for rent in New York?
Oh, a lot.
A lot?
In this area you're talking about, it is a very expensive area, right? We are not even encouraged to rent this house. I have a house, one of these houses here.
Could I have a tour of your home?
Yeah, but I'm not renting. I'm selling. Would you like to buy it?
How much are you selling it for?
Very cheap, 20 million.
Very cheap, 20 million? No. I'll just take a look. I'll take a look. Oh my God. Look at this door.
Oh, this door is terrific. Still look new, right?
Yeah.
It's at least 30 years old. I had it made in Bali. And you know what? This is the story of the Ramayana.
Oh, whoa. Whoa.
The real secret garden.
You have 2 swings?
Yeah. This garden is very, very special indeed.
Chaz says, these silly question, these are rehearsed, right? The interviews, I'm confused when they act like they met on the street. It's just some normies like the You know when like Vogue or whatever does the, hey, can I ask you like 20 questions or whatever? Right? Like they like the you know how many times they take those things? Like 5-6 times. They like it. I don't know what to say. They fucking eat that shit up. They just like, yeah, I don't know. Like they think it's funny or cute or some shit. I ignore it. It's actually the part that I pretend isn't real in the video. It's actually it's the part that makes me want to kill myself. So I ignore it. But yeah, it's like they like that shit. They think it's like funny and cute and they think it's so genuine. It's like, you know what I mean?
30 years. How long have you been in New York total?
50. Little reception room.
What a chandelier.
My dining room is lovely, right?
At your dining room table, you're staring out your door and you see grass and flowers.
And by the way, this is why I'll never be popular. This is how I know I'm neurodivergent in like this particular way. I just could never fake that I just ran into you. It feels so stupid. But that's because I'm not saying it is stupid, by the way. It's literally cute. You do whatever. It's vibes. It's not unethical. Everyone gets it. But it feels physically stupid to me. And so I can't do it. But that's why I suck. And they don't. Right? Like, but this is why I'll never be a famous content creator. Because I can't do it. You know what I mean? But like, okay. Like, I love that. Good for you guys.
This wallpaper?
Wallpaper.
What is this?
This is hand painted.
Isn't that so cool?
Of course it's hand painted.
Beautiful. If you move your head, you know, they look different too. So I saw this piece of fabric. I said, wow, this is a Chinese piece of fabric. And I saw it in Paris. I brought it back and
I love the details.
This is a pattern after this pattern. It is a copy. It's the scale of the dragon. Cute, right?
Yeah, that's cute.
This is actually my library.
Oh my God.
I sometimes have a small little lunch or dinner here.
What is it? It looks like a falcon or something.
Right, this is a dragon.
Dragon and a phoenix.
Beautiful, right?
They're so pretty, yeah.
But you know what is great about this? It gives a lot of movement to this room. Do you feel that? So the dragon's head is facing the water. It's cool, right?
Yeah.
I need to tell you about that tree.
Yeah, tell me about that tree.
This tree is
Okay, hold on. Before she tells us about this tree, apparently she's like the most famous woman in China. Oh my God. What a babe, bro. What a babe. Oh my God. What a vibe. Look at this. Apparently she is the girl. That's why she's so rich. I don't know if she's ethical or not. Is anyone ethical and rich? Probably not. Net worth is allegedly billion. She's the billionaire foreigners who made their fortunes in China. Oh, she's definitely doing something shady then. Love her.
about 300 years old. One time, the Prince of Thailand came. And you know, usually these princes would come with their monks. And the monk came into this house, walked straight out there, and he said, "This is a very special tree. It has a fairy in it, protects the garden." And I really believe really does protect this garden.
Up we go.
And this is the salon.
And a piano up here. And it's so amazing how you just go higher with the tree.
Actually, what is interesting about this house, you notice that there are long, wide windows.
Oh, I love a window, like a nook, you know?
View.
I love this room, yeah.
It's a little formal, classic, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're sitting in the corner.
Who's that?
It's me. And every door. Long, wide windows. And every room has view.
I love this room, yeah.
It's a little formal, classic, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're sitting in the corner.
Who's that?
It's me. And every door, they're mahogany doors. People always talk about wanting to live on Fifth Avenue and
He's
Park
so
Avenue
funny.
and Madison Avenue. I don't. So special. Okay, do you hear anything here?
She's 76 years old.
This is a guest room.
This is so sick.
I got these in the antique stores in Beijing. Look how deep this carving is.
Wow.
Caleb, look, deep as this, finger.
One
this
finger.
wide. Long.
She said, Caleb, lock in. Look.
Look. I thought it was so beautiful.
Oh,
This
great.
got
I love
in-
that
in
room.
London. They call it a cemetery. The Chinese don't have anything like this.
Nice.
Oh, it's very
Yeah.
old. Got some little drawers, little drawers.
Oh, a
Yes.
secret drawer.
Isn't it cute? Where you live is what is important. Where you live is you. It expresses you, right? Your environment. You can be more judged by not the way you look when you go out, is by the way you do your home.
Mic drop.
What do you guys think about that idea? Not to be judged by the way you look, but the way you keep your home. Chet said, why is it empty though? Confused. She's selling it. She's selling it. You want to buy it? It's only 20 million. Guys, should we all chip in our money and buy this place for 20 milli? Okay, I'll put in 10 million. What can you guys put in? Actually, reverse that. I'll put in $100. What are you guys putting in?
This is my room. This is my room.
Wow, all the way out. I know why you chose this room. The windows.
Kitchen here, got a sauna
cool.
in here.
What? You roll out of bed, sauna, massage. I don't know what that machine is.
Facial.
Facial machine?
My makeup on. I told you I was going to give you a surprise. This whole house is wired.
Surround sound.
You can go all the way to the kitchen.
There's the water, the tree, the music, the vibes.
Damn, bro. Ooh, pretty sink. Oh, I love that.
Why does this feel so iconic?
I will say the house feels very dated to me, but I think it's that makes sense, right? It does feel really dated, and it's kind of the kind of rich feeling I actually don't feel at home in, but it's beautiful. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's beautiful, but the aesthetic is like a little bit too, like, it's too gaudy for me. Is that the right word? Like, it's a little bit too, we have money. I like a house that says we have money, but it doesn't feel like we have money. Yeah, chat says it feels like old money. Her chat says that's old money. Yeah, maybe I just don't like the old money feel. I don't know.
All of a sudden.
This is fun.
But I love it.
have
I love it
every
in
color,
general.
you notice that? I love this shoe. It's easy to walk around in, and it's pretty.
Flats are in too. You must have started the trend.
We love to do barbecue. Come.
Oh, I love a barbecue.
Now we're at the top of the tree.
Damn.
Seriously.
Barbecue.
So you know what this reminds me of is when you see all these places and you go to places. I think what's interesting is like what people are living, like what life we're all living next door to each other in a sense. Cause you never know. Like sometimes even in our neighbors, I was like, I wonder how our neighbors are living. Like I wonder what like their experience is. Cause like, you know, when you live in a place where, you know, you have a house that's like really run down and like, you know, they don't have the money to take care of it, or one house that's like really, they put a lot of money into. You kind of live in a neighborhood that's diverse in that sense. Like we definitely live in that in Croatia, where I feel like where I am, there's like a lot of like new builds and old, and then like family homes and the like shacks basically. It's like really an interesting experience, you know? Chet says, I wonder how he got into this. Very interesting. Yeah, I wonder if he just started doing TikToks with like quote unquote normies, got enough viewers, and then marketing agencies or management companies put him in touch with like these people, maybe something like that.
Yeah, you're having a good party up here. You see the Pepsi Cola sign. And I love this bridge. It's one of my favorite bridges in New York.
I have to tell you something. That's how I got this house. And we went across. And we stood there, we saw this patch of green from there. So, whoa, we wonder what this is. So when we came down the Roosevelt tramway, we walked over here, and there was a sign in front of this house, is for sale.
No way.
Exactly, there's no way. And the house was
How much did she pay for it? That's what I want to know.
a huge mess. The house was really horrible.
Chat says, thinking about trying to become a nanny for people who live like this, do they normally pay a livable wage? I don't know if you're being sarcastic or if that's a joke, but rich people do not hire you and me. Rich people nannies have to be very professional, college educated, no self-defense. Like if you're working as a nanny for a really rich person, you are not good enough. Your social media has to be perfect. Your life has to be perfect. Like your reputation is everything. You are representing the family. Background checks, they go through agencies. Like rich people do not hire regular people. You know, if you're looking to just work for a person who makes like $300K a year, like a doctor or something, sure. But even then, even when I was a nanny, I did classes, I had certifications, I had a good reputation in town. I knew all the places in town to take the babies. Like, I even had to show that I was like more than just a babysitter. Okay. But yet the most my family's ever made were like $300,000 a year, you know, and they could pay me between 40 and 50 a year is how much I made as a nanny usually. Depending on the, that was the highest I ever made as a nanny, I should say.
I gotta go. Let's take a step out to the balcony. I don't think I've actually seen grass in New York, in Manhattan. How much do you pay for rent in New York?
That's crazy, bro. Anyways, that's Caleb. I'll go ahead and link his channel if you guys are interested in checking him out. It's just interesting to see how some people are living on the same planet as you. You know, it's interesting. He did this one.
How much do you pay
This one was interesting because this was a fundraiser one.
for rent in Cambodia?
She pay $22.5 US per month.
How are you?
9 members are living here together. She make ends meet in the family. Scavenging for a living, for can and for any recycled material to sell, pay for the food.
And then there's upstairs?
9 people live in here. World Housing is going to come in and build new homes. It's about $5,000 per home. Like this home right here will pretty much be replaced by a new, better house.
Yes.
We're raising money for 51 new homes. $1 goes so far in Cambodia. I'm donating 2 homes myself. Link in bio to help, or send this video to a friend. That would be just as helpful. And then we're going to go visit a site as the example site for what this will look like.
Cool. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 16 years old. And that is our bathroom.
Nice to meet you.
I study. My mom and my dad, they slept downstairs. And for me, this is where I sleep. And for my brother and sister, they sleep here. And these are the medals that I got.
Which one's your favorite?
Basketball. I will be moving to grade 11.
And where do you like to spend time when you're at home?
Outside over there. In my old village, we don't really have space to play. The house is really next to each other, so we don't really have privacy, garbage all around. But here, the environment is so clean.
And what are you going to do when you finish school?
I want to go to Australia to continue study for 3 years, get a really good job, and then help my family. So I think this is the best, a great place.
They're basic, but it's really for the people that have been living on the streets. And in a lot of cases, this is the first time most of our members have access to running water, electricity, things like that. So in the early days, it was really about the emergency, like getting kids off the streets, getting families into safe accommodation. So there was just houses.
Yeah.
What worked over time is because they've all migrated here. They don't really know each other. So actually the social spaces where they can actually become families and become a village is actually as important as the safe accommodation.
How much do you pay for rent?
So it's just like, it's very interesting. And keep in mind, like, the world, when I see piles of clothes like that on the floor, I just know it's overconsumption. Like, I don't know that, but it often is just like overconsumption, especially from America, where we buy our fast fashion. And then you guys know when you donate, I'm sorry to ruin it for you, but like, you know how H&M has like a donation bin? Yeah, they just end up in someone else's beach. You know, like every item of clothing you have ever owned just ends up somewhere else on the planet. So when you buy clothes, just try to be as intentional as you can be. And before you even throw them away, think about what you could do with them maybe. But don't worry about being perfect about it, because no one can be perfect about it. Just like try to be a little less bad every day. Okay, girls, we did it. Thank you for being here. I gotta get going. Have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow. Kisses. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.